shiny.
We are clear.
Your head's shiny.
Is my head shiny?
No.
Sometimes.
I mean, I could do some turtle wax.
No, you're fine.
Do a little
You're
buff.
fine.
Do a little buff.
There's a little shine. Sometimes.
Speak.
Seriously, googly eyes. Why have you not done that?
Dude, for when I'm checking my notes, just googly eyes right here.
Just
I
jiggle.
kinda
Just
wanna
jiggle
do
them.
that, I'm not gonna lie.
All right, we are actually live, so our fans have heard this conversation.
That's a pretty way to start the game.
Straight.
Hi, everybody. It's going to be a
There's
day.
a time and a place for those googly eyes, though.
All right. Googly
So
eyes.
not the
will be
hand
put
fasting is what I'm
aside
hearing?
for now. We'll get back
Oh,
to
totally. That's when.
that. So welcome everybody.
I will murder you.
They're different
Oh.
sizes, so there'll be like one big one.
I'll do one big one and
Just
one little
dance.
one right there.
All right, cats. Heard.
Sorry.
All right.
I'm
So,
good.
welcome
We
back,
love you.
everybody.
Sorry.
Dear Lord, to the further intrepid adventures of our intrepid crew, the Berezaya Argia. As far as a quick recap, the party had returned back to Sharn to do some digging up on the dragon that is apparently kind of behind a series of unfortunate events and assassination attempts on our lovely party. By the name of Dracoskull, as well as Rhiannon had sent a message, as it were, to this draconic entity to give back her mother, which the Dracoskull was in possession of, and that if the dragon should do that, then the group, who is also referred to in certain prophecies as the Children of Calamity, would not step foot upon the shores of Kabara. Whether or not there was going to be any validity to that remains to be seen. But had given a month, or 30 days, effectively, for the dragon to reply. And so during that time, you arrived back in Sharn and began doing some different downtime activities, so to speak. Ember was invited ultimately by Grigori to help assist in some negotiations with the dragon marked houses that could prove very fruitful for future endeavors with House Tarkanan.
Oh, I forgot about this.
Yeah, I didn't.
Rhiannon,
You pulled a
Narat,
Gavin.
Christina Maya
Gloss it over.
visited the Adaran community in Overlook and started to introduce Rhiannon to the people there. Gavin,
Teacher now.
with Gavin, along with Nikali as his wingman, went to a luncheon to learn to negotiate basically negotiate some public appearances and perhaps some lecture series, as it were, to ultimately to trade that for some access to the libraries of the university, so that again may research more information about Dracoskull and other threats that are apparently working with her. Some of the things had a bit of hijinks to them.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Nope.
No, I mean, they
My
feel free
hands
to
are
watch.
clean.
Feel free to watch the previous episode if you'd like to know more.
In fact, please do. It's on VOD on my Twitch stream.
Right, but
While you're at it,
I
drop
will
a
say
follow and a
that
subscribe, because I like to show.
well, there you go. But I will say hijinks. But that being said, you'd spent several days
Attention.
leading up to, I believe it is
Is it though?
I'm looking here correctly. Is that the 19th? Apparently my calendar is really small in the lettering and I can't see quite right. No, that's the 20th, right?
What?
What? Wait, what's happening?
We're talking dates. What date is it?
The
in game.
I was like,
So
you
the
and I have been
20th
dating for
of,
a while.
We had 2 days till
Wait,
morning.
It was 2 days until the day morning.
So
'Cause
that's right.
that
So
was
realizing that Gavin's birthday is soon arriving, and knowing that there's a slight bit of bittersweetness to the fact that it is also the day of mourning. I believe a couple of people spearheading this, Rhiannon and Ember and whatnot, have decided that a birthday party or something is in order. And I think that's where we'll begin, because I don't really know. I have no idea what you guys are planning on this, so this will be interesting.
Before you do that, before we jump into that, no, hold on. This is not having to do with that. For the people who are watching who may not understand Eberron and the history behind the Day of Mourning, do you want to give some context there?
Sure. So, for those that are not as familiar with the Eberron setting, the big thing in the Eberron setting is that a continent spanning war that had been raging for over 100 years, or roughly about 100 years, culminated when one of the nations was effectively obliterated by a crazy, like, soul wrenching storm thing that covered the whole land in a series of gray mists, and all sorts of horribleness ensued. Magic went awry. People died, but they didn't stay dead. All sorts of horrible nastiness. Like magic warped the land, and that gave everybody pause, because, for one, no one knows who did it, and quite frankly, no one wants to lay claim to being the one who did it. But just the fact that such a huge apocalyptic event took place and wiped a whole nation off the map. And that's actually what caused the war to pause, and ultimately for the war to end. That was kind of the event that was that tipping point that everybody, stopped and went, whoa, maybe we should go back to the diplomatic route. And so Eberron, as far as what you kind of read from the Forge of War and the Eberron books, like the Third Ed Eberron books and whatever, takes place roughly about 4 years after the Day of Mourning happened. Now, our campaign is set about 20 years past that date, roughly. Just to give a little kind of context. But
traditionally,
how
is Day of Mourning celebrated?
Well, it's usually probably considered more of like a.
It's a bit of a somber holiday. It'd be
a very somber holiday.
It'd be along the lines of like Memorial Day,
like Memorial or remembering
Day.
9/11 for a more modern
9/11
context is probably a very similar way to think about it.
Oh, okay. I got
so
this.
If you want to know where Gavin's angst comes from,
that's his birthday.
That's his birthday.
And he was born in Seer.
And he was, yeah.
So when you say he's the last survivor of Seer, it's not a joke. That's not hyperbole. That's really what happened.
As far as most people know, yeah. As far as the newspapers call it.
Right. Well, and like he would have shared, at least with the group, a little bit of at least that much of the history.
Oh yeah.
So.
And like back in the day, like when you're a babe, that was like the interesting thing, and it probably made newspapers for a while.
Aww. Thank you for the sound alert. That's beautiful.
Until, it didn't. But
yeah.
So at any rate, so that's kind of a little more context as far as the day of mourning itself. That being said, you have a couple of days to figure out what you're gonna do,
Yeah.
and I have no idea what you're gonna do. So
Okay.
We
Yeah.
need streamers.
We need streamers.
Oh, there will be streamers.
Oh yes.
What about a confetti cannon?
There will be a confetti cannon.
With
Oh, yes.
I'm concerned now.
So
so how many wands of glitter dust are you buying?
a lot.
All of
A lot.
them.
So yeah, there's okay, so wait, hang on. Like, so we're still in Sharn, yeah?
You
We
are
haven't
still
left.
in Sharn.
Okay. Sweet. So I know I can get all of the things.
Yeah.
So Rhiannon,
Yes.
you wanna go shopping?
With whose money? Cause I'm a little tapped right now.
I just link my arm in hers, and I just go, do you want to go shopping?
Sure. Okay.
I want to come.
Hey Narashi, you want to come?
Oh God, it's another girls' outing.
Yes. Is
Amaya!
Amaya coming with us? Come on, Amaya.
Oh, very well.
Somebody's got to supervise.
Yeah. That's...
Should I like go upstairs so y'all can shop and I'd be surprised by everything?
No.
I mean, you could. But
Although I will say, when they leave the ship as a party, when all this sort of happens, Nikali, who's still kind of working on the cloak, like he hasn't finished it yet, but is definitely getting down to the wire on it, is kind of sitting there on deck and sees them traipse off and looks over at you and goes, "Should we be worried?"
We should definitely be worried.
Okay.
oh, I run back onto the ship. Hey, Zaya dear, come on.
Yes.
As soon as
Okay.
Ember and Zaya leave, Gavin goes downstairs into his room, puts on all of his gear, goes up, sits down next to Nikali, and just waits for the call.
Yeah,
That-
that's fair.
That's appropriate.
And actually, you kind of sit down and Nikali's kind of humming a little tune as he's sewing, kind of doing the sewing the feathers into the cloak and whatnot. And you see Kaladin just sits down next to you and hands over a bottle.
I will take it and imbibe.
Does Gavin know why we're going out?
No.
Okay.
That may be the prelude to why he's drinking.
That's fair.
You are not
So-
wrong. All right, I will go off camera and shut up so you guys can have your outing.
So, ladies, where do you go?
Okay. First, once we get off to the ship, we have a little powwow.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay, we got a game plan. We got a short period of time, and we got a lot of things to gather. All right?
Okay.
So, I need someone on fireworks.
I was just gonna say fireworks! I'm so excited!
Sounds like
Okay.
Narashi's on fireworks.
Narashi, you're
Yeah.
on fireworks.
Okay.
Here's 500 gold.
Oh God.
Wait, are we splitting up? Because this is
That's why we have a big party. We're gonna have to go in like probably a couple
A couple
little
pairs,
groups.
Yeah, like a pair of two. And
But-
a group of
But
three.
we're all
buddy system, guys. Buddy system.
central buddy system.
Yeah.
So, okay, I need fireworks. I need a couple different wands. I need a few of the glitter dust. I need a couple of dancing lights.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I'll do that.
We need outfits.
I feel like
So-
that's scary.
And you see Zaya looks kind of proudly at Ember and goes, "I have outfits."
I know you do, sweetheart. And the rest of them need to get with it as far as the fashion.
Rhiannon glances down at what she's wearing and like back at Ember.
We need different. We need variety. We need color.
I like color.
I like blue.
More different blues. There's a whole rainbow out there, sweetheart.
Fine. Dress me in whatever you want.
Wait, you're letting her dress you?
You're not there.
I still have a slap coming at some point. Yes, I'm gonna let her dress me in what she wants.
Wow.
Yeah. Maybe this
Okay.
will hurt less.
Food. We need.
Cake?
What's his favorites?
Well, cake.
What do we got?
Birthday.
Rhiannon starts listing off some of Gavin's
Things.
favorite things.
Go ahead and base his diet on what mine used to be.
Okay. Things.
I will. Okay, let's see. They're like cantrip wands, so they're probably not that much. Okay, I'm giving Rhiannon 1,000 gold.
Okay.
I'm marking this off. Hang on.
So I'm getting glitter dust, fairy lights.
Yeah, fairy lights, glitter dust, anything that looks pretty.
Okay.
Just grab it. Grab at least 6 of them.
Each or total?
Each. I mean, they're little toy wands. I'm hoping,
I'm here for
like
it.
limited use kind of thing.
Yeah.
Party favor.
Yeah.
Yes, party favors.
Okay.
And then we also need to get the streamer stuff, little decor kind of things.
I feel like I could probably also do that. If you
Fair enough.
want to focus on outfits and food.
Okay.
With Amaya.
Maeve is wondering if there's dispensaries involved.
Are there dispensaries in Shard?
You'd have to ask Brian that question. I don't know.
Are there drugs? Yeah.
If there's drugs, are there dispensaries?
I think the question is how far down do you have to go to get to the
That's
dispensary?
probably
That's-
yeah.
Yeah, because literally anything can be bought in Sharn, but there are certain, like, the higher you go, the more the legality of certain things are. But you guys have experienced that before. You understand.
Now, pot's legal in Sharn. They're not a bunch of.
They're not
fucking
heathens.
idiots. They're not heathens.
Do they not
Okay.
have glitter dust for
It's
Fifth Ed?
no, it's all fairy fire now.
It's very.
Oh, it's
yeah.
all fairy fire. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah. That is the plan as far as gathering the materials.
All right.
And we will meet back here in a couple hours. Go team.
Okay.
So as far as the outfits go, what is Gavin's family color?
Uh,
What's her crest thing?
black and silver.
Okay. Okay. So, I'm going to go to the clother. The same one that I got Zaya's dresses.
Okay. Easy enough.
And I am going to say I need, hang on, 1, 2, 3. Zaya's 4. I'm 5. Okay, I need, okay. All right. Hello, sir. This is going to be a big order, a rush order, and a must need.
Okay.
I need
Hydrate.
5 glamour weave dresses
Okay.
that start off red and transform into silver.
Okay. And how many? Does it just go from red to silver, or does it?
Well, let's
want-
sparkle. Let's make it shine. Come
Well,
on.
but do you want several transition colors between the two, or just red ultimately to silver?
Ooh. I like your thinking, sir. I would like all the colors, and in between each color is silver.
Okay. Okay.
So it goes red, silver, orange, silver, yellow, silver.
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
Okay.
I've come to talk with you again.
Okay. I think that can be done. How soon did you? Well, I mean, crafting it shouldn't be an issue, but you said there was a time frame.
Yeah, I need them tomorrow.
Oh.
Oh, by the way, I also need 6 children-sized vests.
Okay.
Oh, wait, not 6. 12 children-sized vests.
You. No.
One,
Does it?
2, hang on. 1, 2, 3. 3? Yeah, 3 adult male vests.
Are these to be enchanted as well?
Yes.
Now, just to verify, for children sized,
It's like halfling size.
okay, well, there is some differences in the cut. Do you want it more made for a halfling or a gnomish body type, I guess, since they are somewhat similar in those regards?
Yes.
Are they all male vests, or are there going to be any female vests that we have to make adjustments for? I guess, is it possible to get the people in for a fitting?
Oh my god.
Great.
Please.
Okay.
Traipse
Okay.
a dozen goblins through this shop.
Sir, I don't think that would be advisable.
Bring the tailor to the boat.
I can offer you passage on our ship to where they are currently staying. But having them inside your shop, I think would be a little much. Yes?
Well, okay, so now are the vests going to be enchanted like the dresses?
Yes. Everything coordinates.
Okay. 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 And you see the guy goes over and sits down at his desk for a moment and ponders this, and he starts writing out, like, on a piece of paper.
Yep.
What you've required.
Yep.
and then taps at it for a moment, and then opens up a bottom drawer and pulls out a bottle with 2 glasses and pours a drink for you and him, and kind of offers one to you and goes, and it's just more or less the visual enchantment. There's nothing else that necessarily needs to be
No.
done.
It's purely visual. It's for a party.
And for lack of a better term, is this transmutational, or would you be okay with illusionary changes?
Illusionary is fine.
Okay, that will actually help save us some time. So 5 dresses plus 15 vests.
Yeah.
I thought it was 6 dresses.
No,
6. Wait.
Oh, my apologies. 6 dresses and 15 vests.
5 dresses is fine though, right? Because the 4 of us and then Zaya. We're missing something.
Yeah. 5.
5 dresses.
Okay,
Sorry.
so 5.
There's
All
too
right.
many NPCs that we also are trying to keep track of in our brain. Oh shit. You gotta throw on an extra sized vest in there. Like an extra large. Like an extra large.
In addition
Like-
to the 15.
Yeah, like a Goliath sized vest.
Okay.
Size vest.
Yeah,
I was gonna say, because Barker's gonna want one when he comes back.
Oh yeah.
correct, sir.
So we're looking at 20.
Carry the 2.
Right, and he's
So-
like,
Yeah. So whatever Brian is doing is actually what the shopkeeper is now doing.
and that's basically what. And you see, there's a like punching some numbers on the thing, and like takes a sip of the drink, and then like punching some more numbers and takes another sip, and then punches some more numbers and takes a 3rd sip, but realizes already drained the glass, and then sets it down for a second, looks at you, and then because he's been
I just,
fairly.
I just
He's been
stand
very-
up, I bend over his desk and look at the number that he just wrote.
Well, and here's the thing. He's been very kind of prim and proper with you at this point, because this is like kind of a higher end tailor retail.
Uh-huh.
But you hear him go, oh, fuck it. And he grabs the bottle and takes a swig and goes, all right, to do this as a rush order,
It's gonna be so bad.
I will charge to be delivered tomorrow morning, or tomorrow if I can have it
Tomorrow
actually can I-
evening is fine.
tomorrow evening is fine. Okay, so that actually gives me
Let's I'm gonna give you
By
till
dinner
tomorrow
time?
midnight.
tomorrow midnight. Oh, okay. Okay. So I would say I will be able to do all of these for let's call it 1,500.
That's actually significantly less than I thought it was going to be.
Yeah,
Me
that's
too.
what I was afraid.
Done. I pull out my bag and I take out a huge sack of gold and give
And you
it.
see with that he immediately grabs like a large, almost kind of a leather, almost like a folio case, and he goes through and looks at a bunch of looks like larger kind of sketchbooks, and then stops and just shakes his head, and then grabs looks like a brand new one and just shoves it in there, and grabs all these materials, and then he gets up and he's like, And then he stops, takes one last long swig of the bottle, and he goes, "All right, let's go see your friends so I can get measurements."
Follow me.
Lead on, madam.
I like this guy's attitude.
He has a good attitude.
He's a good shopkeeper.
Maybe he could come live on Berezaya.
Just
Oh
get
my
an in-house
God.
tailor.
Yes.
Why not? Why not?
Can we have an in-house tailor?
Keep him on retainer. Just
Yeah.
Right.
Think we're gonna close for Zaya.
Okay.
And that was when Gavin realized he lived on a ship with predominantly female-presenting individuals.
Yeah.
A little bit.
So proceeds with you back to the ship. Immediately begins to start measuring.
All the goblins.
And actually, as he sees the goblins, goes, "Oh, I understand."
Yes.
By the way, you're welcome.
Thank you. And funny enough, like at first the goblins fuss a little bit, but then you see the guy pulls what could best be called as the some may refer to it as the motherly voice of command, to give it a somewhat similar tone, but with that sort of gentle but stern, and taking no brook for anything, and in an impressive fit of organization, quickly goes through the goblins and gets them all measured, and marks down, kind of, and you see not just kind of measures them, but actually takes the guy actually does like a sketch of each of them a little bit, and is not a bad artist in that sense.
I presume there's zero context given to myself, Nikali, or Kaladin as to what the fuck is happening right now.
Oh, absolutely.
This
is a need-to-know basis, and you don't need to know.
You see Ember comes back to the ship with a gentleman wearing some nice, clean, tailored threads. And proceeds to then, after a brief discussion with Ember where they seem to nod in agreement a bit, proceeds to go through the crew and start measuring them with a tape measure, or with a cloth, tape measure, and taking adjustments and writing and drawing sketches in a book.
So Gavin will turn to Nikali at this point and go, "Is she ordering uniforms for the goblins?"
I don't know. This is your world. I make cloaks. I don't really. I used to live alone in the Valley of Weird Portals and like portal magic. What the hell do I know? And he's like, "I'm sorry, I shouldn't swear." And Kaladin's like, "Nah, fuck it, swear. About damn time you did. Like, been working on that for goddamn months. All right."
Master Taylor, what's your name? I have a feeling we're gonna get to know each other very well.
His name is, we'll call him Harlan Tate.
Harlan, all right. Mr. Harlan.
Sartorial Master Harlan Tate.
And he
Master Harlan.
And he is fully well, he wouldn't necessarily need to be bonded, but he's licensed with House Cannith.
He's licensed and insured.
Harlan Tate.
Harlan Tate.
Just in case of lethal wardrobe malfunctions.
Yes.
Pretty much.
I will also say that Harlan is a well, he's a human. He's a human.
Fair enough. Harlan, do you need measurements from those three gents over there? Or just by looking at them, can you tell?
Well,
Bearing in mind I am in full half plate at this point.
We're like staring down you three right now.
Gavin, like, kind of maintains vague eye contact, reaches over, grabs the bottle from Kaladin, and just kind of slowly takes a few chugs and then hands it back.
That's fair. And you see, after a brief moment of them kind of eyeballing you down, they approach. Gentlemen, I'm here to take some measurements. This will all go by much more painlessly if you were just to step up here and allow me to take a few brief measurements. The goblins are done, sir, so you don't have to worry about protecting the ship. I'm sure they have it well in hand. You can take off your armor. I'll start with this gentleman while you do so.
I stand up, I say blathering blatherskite, and the whole thing comes off.
Okay.
Because cast-off armor is a thing.
And you see, just kind of looks at that and goes, huh.
It's handy.
He's like, maybe I ought to go first to set a example for certain people as he's eyeing Kaladin.
And you see Kaladin just offers up, just cheers you with the bottle and takes a big swig, giving 0 fucks.
So yeah, as he goes through, like, Gavin went through this process probably quite a bit when he was growing up. So he'd like, before the guy even asks, all right, raise your arm, he's like, his armor's already up and he's ready to go.
That's fair. And yeah, he's like, oh, wonderful. And then you see he proceeds to Nikali and it's like, oh, I admit I don't think I've met one of your kind before. Greetings. May I? And it's like, my apologies. Is there any special term I should address you? And you see Nikali's like, deer in the headlights, like, no, I'm Nikali.
This is Captain Nikali of the good ship Berezaya Argia. You can refer to him as Captain.
Oh, well, Captain. If you'll please.
Don't get too tied up on that title. We're all Captain.
I'm a bit at sea when it comes to all things nautical. And proceeds to measure Nikali and.
So far, this is my favorite session ever.
Oh my god, it's very closely vying with the drinking game.
It's not over yet!
I know.
It's, yeah. So at any rate, and proceeds to get Nikali measured, and then...
Don't ever say that you have a birthday.
No shit.
And then...
I'll go the Ron Swanson route for birthdays.
Speaking of which, the rest of you should probably mark down on the calendar when yours are too.
Nope.
And post that in the
After this? No.
I mean, he's the GM. I think what he says goes.
Well, you don't have to post in
that
the
or he
G-chat, but
starts
then you need
picking.
to send it to me in chat. Just saying.
It's either you pick or he picks.
Norash doesn't know her birthday.
At any rate, and after a bit of prompting, which ultimately, like, he gives an order to Kaladin to stand up, and Kaladin sort of does this sort of overly pronounced sort of drunken sort of swagger, and he's like, how you gonna measure me now? And you can tell he's just being a dick, like he's not nearly that drunk, but you see Master Tate literally just swaps the bottle out of his hand, takes a big swig, and then smashes it down on the ground. Is like, Now are you done?
Love this guy.
and he doesn't cough like I did, but and then you see Kaladin. That actually gains a little bit of Kaladin's respect, at least long enough for him to measure the guy out.
You just see the flames start to rise as Ember starts to just stare him down.
I will lean over to Nikali.
Will.
Go ahead, sorry.
You will stand at attention.
I will lean over to Kali and I'll just very quietly, referring to the tailor. I like this guy. Also, I'm glad Amaya and Zaya are both out.
Yeah. No, he's a pleasant fellow. Yes. Very friendly. A little touchy-feely, I guess, but maybe
That's how they do pants. Sorry.
Oh God.
Ubiquitous
no.
Friends reference.
No.
But you see the tailor gathers the information he needs and is like, very well, I shall now depart, and I assume deliver them back to this bird.
Yes, please.
Very well.
Do the ladies need to go in for measurements? I know I'm not.
Oh yes, for the dresses.
I will gather the ladies in a little bit. They're
That
currently
is fine. Truthfully,
on errands.
Truthfully, the vests are going to be the easiest to measure and to cut. We should be able to get those pounded out pretty quickly.
Yep.
But yes, if they would be willing to stop by today, hopefully before dinner time, that would be great.
Easy enough.
Thank you, my dear. Thank you for your business, gentlemen. And then proceeds to head.
See you soon, Harlan.
Sounds good, dear.
Now Gavin
It's
is now
Ember.
looking at Ember, just like, any context? Anything? Nothing?
Nope. And I jump off the ship.
I'll sigh, I'll go get the mop, and I'll start cleaning up the glass bottle and booze. And I'll put my armor back on.
And you do that, Ember goes off, and Kaladin's like, that guy was kind of an ass.
You liked it.
Yeah, okay, he's alright.
Alright, I'm gonna run off and see how the rest of the group is doing as far as the gathering.
I'm gonna step away for a second.
So Narashti, I'm just gonna say you can easily find 500 gold pieces worth of fireworks. You're in Sharn. You find 500 gold pieces worth of fireworks.
I want to know what kind of fireworks she finds, though.
Well, here's the deal. Like,
that is, because that's a lot of fireworks.
that is a ton of fireworks, and we're not talking like the little
sparklers or
bottle rockets or even Roman candles. We're talking like some big, like 4th of July-esque fireworks.
But she's gonna want to get like a huge variety pack. Like, no two the same.
Yeah, no, you get like delivered to the ship because they have to like package it all.
Mm-hmm.
You get like 2 crates worth of fireworks.
And I'll also ask someone to tell me how to set them off.
And stapled onto one of the boxes is a paper that suggests with fire at a safe distance light the wick and then get the hell away and then stand at least 20 to 30 feet away from said firework.
She will study
and do not aim them at people or objects as they may set things on fire.
Excellent.
And that's pretty much the gist. Like, it's you definitely get the sense that the note was sort of hand scrawled. It wasn't like a printed off like bill or anything. Like And even from the attitude of the guy, when you're like, yeah, we need instructions, like the first thing to come out of the guy's mouth was, really? I mean, of course, we will give you instructions. Like,
Light this end. Point
Light
this
they
and
kind of
run.
scratch their head a little bit, but they're like, okay, like, and then
It up, y'all. We need directions sometimes.
I mean, you're not wrong.
You're not
You're
wrong.
not wrong.
This group,
Not wrong.
you're not wrong.
At least I have something to refer back to when someone screws it up, right?
Yes.
See?
This is where you went wrong.
Step
Step
2.
1.
Hey.
Hey, I got you the instructions. This is your fault.
yeah. So, but you're able to gather that without any issue.
Excellent.
And so actually, I'd say like, I mean, it's 500 gold pieces. So, truthfully, we'll say like there's like maybe like 3 or 4 crates actually that are delivered,
All right.
full of all sorts of fireworky goodness.
Excellent.
Dear Lord. So Rhiannon,
Yes.
you go to a wand shop somewhere. Again, you're so the actual like dancing light wands
Mm-hmm.
are pretty cheap,
Excellent.
relatively speaking. Like each wand has 3 charges, can cast it, once per each charge. It regains a die 3 charges at done. No attunement, probably 100 gold pieces apiece for those.
Excellent. I get 6
Uh,
of them.
Okay, easily
Remember
done.
said 6.
For the fairy fire wands, though, they're going to be a little bit more expensive, but probably the same deal. 3 charges, regains a die 3 at dawn, no attunement. I mean, it's a low-level spell. We're going to say for those, I'd say it's probably going to be more like 250 a wand.
Okay, I'll do 2 of them.
Okay.
I want to remind everyone again, you still have your sending to Ember necklace on you.
Oh yeah.
Once per day.
We're also still within a mile of Zaya, so we can.
That too.
Hey Ember.
Well, and actually, no, your necklace,
Or the necklace is not quite done yet.
the necklace is not quite finished yet.
Okay.
I thought all of them were.
At the end
No.
of the
Yeah,
At the
'cause
end of the
we-
30 days,
Yeah.
it will be done.
Oh. My
But we're only
apologies.
about 10, roughly 10 days in.
Oh,
give or
it was
take.
the first batch, the one that I got to send off
send off
to
to Kira.
Yeah, the first batch that you
Kira.
to get sent off to Kira, that is done.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's right.
I will.
You're right.
To Zaya. Zaya, dear,
Yeah.
can you tell Ember that the wands she wants are more expensive, and ask her how many she wants me to get at 250 gold apiece?
Okay.
I have 400 gold left from what she gave me.
Okay. Zaya relates the information.
Tell her 1 and get a couple more of the dancing lights.
So she says maybe 1 of the fairy fire and more of the dancing lights.
Okay, thank you.
I know I'm not there, but do they have any wands of smiles?
Oh,
That.
damn!
It's a really silly and stupid little magic
It's
item.
amazing!
And actually, Rhiannon, a few moments later, you hear, oh, by the way, Mom's wondering if they have a wand of smiles. I don't know what that is.
Yes.
So the wand of smiles has
No.
Oh,
Sorry,
Yeah.
Adam. I know exactly
we know
what the
that
wand of
is.
smiles is.
Zaya doesn't.
But Zaya is saying she doesn't know what that is.
Oh, no, I know. I was just
But I don't know.
for the group and
Oh,
for
sorry.
anybody watching who may be confused why I would ask about such an item. So the
Right,
wand has
right.
3 charges, and you can use a charge on a humanoid target within 30 feet. The target has to succeed on a DC 10 Charisma saving throw, so not hard, but you can fail that. If you fail, you are forced to smile for 1 minute.
And you cannot stop at all.
I wish that thing existed when I was still working in retail.
Right?
I'd use it on myself all fucking day.
Right?
Well, it only has
Just
3
use it on
charges.
customers.
Or
It has
that.
3 charges per day. And if you use the 3rd charge on it, you have to roll a d20. If you get a 1, it turns into a wand of scowls.
Yeah.
Oh,
Fantastic.
Which is essentially the same thing, but
you have to scowl.
Might
For one.
possibly be my new favorite magic item.
Yeah. It's a bard's dream.
That's pretty great. I will ask the shopkeeper. I like one of the fairy fire. Do you have any wand of smiles?
Oh, of course.
How much is one of those?
Oh, that'll be like maybe another 100.
Okay. So
Like,
let's.
they're in the same like value level as like the wands of the dancing lights.
Okay. Let's do 7 of the dancing lights, 1 wand of smiles, and 1 wand of fairy fire.
That's awesome.
Okay.
Please and thank you.
Easily enough done, and they welcome the purchases. I mean, admittedly, they're more low-level stuff, so they tend to have them more readily available. So they're all good to go. They considering you're dropping that much money right on the gate, they actually get a nice like kind of felt trimmed
Decorative
interior
box.
like box that has them, and so the box is maybe like 15 or 16 inches long by like maybe 12 wide and only about like an inch or 2 deep.
Mm-hmm. I'll hand over the money.
And they hand over the wands.
All right.
Did Ember give me any extra gold to go find streamers and decorations or anything? Or was it just the 1K?
I just gave you that 1.
Okay.
So don't worry about it. I will.
I
go
would
to
say
the
that
local
Rhiannon would know that there
Michaels.
is money in the party fund which you can access from House Kandaric.
That's true.
Whatever it's called.
That's true.
I mean, we could, but see,
Yeah, I'll
Ember's
check
got
it
a
out
lot
first.
of expendable cash because Ember's a bard.
Fair.
I don't spend money on weapons or armor or even magic items, really.
Fair.
I will head back to our designated meeting spot
Okay.
with my delightful box of wands.
Yay.
So
Okay,
yeah,
so we just need food and decor. Cool.
So are we doing this on board the ship? This is Zaya asking.
So Zaya, we're gonna have to figure out a place that we can go to have these fireworks. So we are gonna have to travel a little ways.
Okay.
Because-
Because you're going to run the risk of hitting an air skiff.
Or just any of the upper floors. Yeah. Yeah, no,
Or-
being away from the city is the smart choice before firing off the fireworks.
I'm
What
thinking
about that wood that we went hunting in over by those woods?
or I was thinking maybe over a lake, over.
Truthfully, you can just fly out and away from the city and like float out there, like the city is next to a river that's next to the ocean. Like it only take like not even an hour to just be out wherever, so that you're free and clear. Like getting away from the city is not an issue.
Yeah, we would go
figure that out.
Probably more towards the ocean.
Yeah,
I want
you can
open water, nobody around.
Yeah, you can figure that out without any issue. No worries there.
Perfect. So, rest of the stuff will be delivered tomorrow. I still have to get the food, and then we have to decorate the ship.
Are we trying to keep that a surprise from Gavin?
We're just going to create a state of confusion right now. Because we can't really keep it a total surprise, because we do live in small quarters, and there's a lot of people on the ship.
Well, but we could ask him to, or maybe him and Kaladin and Nekali or whatnot, to go do something away from the ship, maybe.
I have I have hatched a small plan, and I think this will pull off, because we can decorate the ship with Rhiannon's help.
Okay.
So if Rhiannon keeps him quite distracted and quite tired, so that he falls asleep very deeply.
Your plan is for me to sex Gavin up.
Absolutely.
Sex him into a coma.
Sex him into a coma.
Nice enough for this.
The day before his
Right.
birthday, so that during the night, the rest of us can decorate the ship and fly out to our ocean destination.
I mean, it's quite a sacrifice, but it's what I'm willing to make.
The best part is my passive perception sucks, so I will sleep through a fucking thunderstorm.
Oh God.
I'm here for it.
So yeah, that is my plan. And yeah. If we move on to the next day without issue, I will try to enact said plan.
We have to go get measured, but yeah.
Yes. The girls and I are going to go to the shop, and we are going to go meet Master Harlan to get measured.
I feel like we should also find some entertainers too, like some
Yes.
children and belly dancers and.
I got that all in hand.
I'm gonna get a lap dance from a goblin, aren't I?
Shut up! Hey, quit going through my head before the plan is enacted, you dick!
Sorry.
I wish you could see his face right now.
I mean, considering our group of friends, though.
Now, why isn't your camera on?
It's not that Amaya doubts Ember's talent, it's just the talent you have to work with is not to Gavin's tastes.
The goblins are not Gavin's taste.
Harsh.
No.
Okay.
Amaya is her ability to put on a spectacular show with the right cast. I don't think the goblins are the right cast for this audience.
They will be, but for part of it, the rest of it, I got this.
Okay.
So I am
Brian's face is
actually,
just as good as mine.
It is.
So
I knew
I'm
enlisting
actually.
Ember's help was the right thing to do.
There's a reason why I chose Bard.
Yes, Chaos Spark.
Right?
So I am actually going to send a sending off.
Okay.
With your permission, because this is kind of going into backstory territory that isn't quite published, if you'll allow. So I am going to message the old backup sisters that were part of dancing entertainment that we would sometimes enlist. But not from House Tarkanan.
So some of the backup dancers that were not Tarkanan members.
These would be backup dancers that Ember would have enlisted for House Vidalis.
Oh, okay.
In the very fancy affairs.
All right. Tell you what. Even or odd?
Odd.
I mean, you get a hold of them with the sending, because that's not an issue there. They're a little bit surprised, but happy to see you, or hear from you, I guess you could say, with the sending. I'm assuming you try to, in your sending, since it's a short message, state like a meeting place or something?
Yeah.
Okay. So we'll say later that day, you arrive with, or you meet up to where you would meet with them. Maybe in the same pub where you met Grigori, since it's not too terribly far off.
I'd probably go in a nicer one. I'd go upstairs.
Okay. But regardless, you meet up with them. You see there's probably a total of 3 of them that are that have you get the sense that they're here as much out of the curiosity to see what's been going on with you, since they haven't heard from you in some time. And, heard pesky rumors like you died or whatever, all that kind of,
Well,
but
everybody dies next week.
But at any rate, and they're like, yeah. So what's going on? What's the call in? What do you have going on?
Got a little job, if you ladies are interested in. No, a good old-fashioned concert, but very private.
Okay, now wait a second. How private a concert is this?
On a ship
Is it
in the ocean.
Oh.
Private.
Okay, let me rephrase. Let me rephrase. Is this a performance where we are just performing, or is this one of those hoity-toity performances where we're also performing?
No. Ladies, you're just dancing.
Okay. And you say they get a little sigh of relief on that. I was like, all right.
You know me.
I know, that's why we asked.
That is fair.
Wow.
Hey,
I mean,
I just offer. I don't make you participate.
Well, and you see one of the gals looks over and is like, she has a point. It's like, okay, so we're dancing the night away then, is it?
Let's just say you have a short dance. Will only last for maybe an hour, maybe 2. Then the night is the rest.
Uh-oh.
for you to drink, dance, partake, have fun, any way you wish. The company is quite mixed.
Okay.
And by quite mixed, I do mean quite mixed.
Okay. Now are you renting like a ship then? Is that like are you bringing us back, or do we have to like figure out our own, like how does that? And they kind of like go into specifics. Which if you want, you
right.
can wave the wand
Yeah.
and explain. Okay.
Wave the wand, pretty much explain. It's just a one-time deal. I just am in town for a very short thing, and then I'm off.
They are willing to do this. However, being that it's kind of short notice and being it's sort of secluded, they do ask for like 10 gold each.
Oh, easy peasy.
Sad that the human the human time is worth so much less than all the physical items we're getting.
Oh, you mean like today's society?
Well, I mean, but so like an unskilled in D&D, an unskilled laborer makes like 1 silver piece a day.
Yeah. That is fair.
And
we're kind of breaking the economy.
and truthfully, like, you know, for a performer, for like a paid performer for an event, like 2 to 5 gold plus tips is probably, you know, potentially, if they allow tips, depending where that is making some decent money. So, you know, they were asking for a bit, but then again, too, because of the exclusivity and being stuck on a ship with no way out for, you know, they're kind of taking that into account a little bit too. I mean, you know, they're maybe bilking you a little bit if you really wanted to negotiate it, but
nope. I was planning on probably paying them more, but 10 gold each. That sounds about right. Sure.
All right.
Easily.
So,
toss it to them.
Okay.
I give them the time and the place to meet up, to get on board the ship. Because once
you figure out the details, like we don't have to necessarily deal with that.
Perfect.
But, and they're like, all right, we'll show up.
Excellent. On my way back to the ship,
okay,
I will stop by the local Michael's.
Okay.
And pick up like tons of paper streamers and candles and just bunch of party decorations.
We'll call it for like 5 gold. You get a plethora of party favors and whatnot, which quite frankly makes the owner extremely happy, because they were super depressed because the day of mourning's coming up and no one celebrates that. And so like it's usually like their worst day of the merchandise wise. It's like the worst day of the friggin' week or the friggin' year, because it's like no one, you know, it's all somber this and somber that. There's no
it's
colors.
Awful.
So you
celebrate it wrong.
Right. So you make their day, because you probably bought potentially, especially for this week, probably over a week's worth of different party favors and whatnot. Yeah. So they are very happy.
Perfect.
In that regard.
Okay.
And I'm assuming at some point you get the ladies to go out to get measured so they get their dresses.
We go and get measurements.
Right.
Yes.
Food.
Is there anything else that needs to be done up until the moment that the ship sails?
Food. Did you get food?
Food, but yeah, I'll include that with my trip to Michael's.
And you're
Buys
now are you
4
negotiating
food trucks.
Are you negotiating to someone have prep the food and just bring it on the ship, or you have paying
Well,
someone
I
to bring
paid
the
that
food?
one guy for meat deliveries.
Are you just dealing with meat delivery?
No, but I got that. I'll like find a bakery
Okay.
and toss them 100 gold and tell them to cart it all up and bring it to the ship.
Done.
And a cake. I need a cake. Big one.
I'm sorry, perhaps you may not have heard me. You said bring, and I said done. Because for that much money, dear God.
See, this is Ember at the end of the shopping trip, and she just wants this fucking done. So, like,
Just
all
throw
the
it
vendors from now on are like, holy shit, because I don't even hear prices. I'm just like chucking money at them and just going, just do it. Just get it done.
Sure.
Julie, do the thing.
Do the thing.
So, yes, we'll say the 100 gold goes towards probably not just the baker, but you still give the baker a good chunk of money, well more than they probably need. But you cater the event without issue. And
The only other thing that I will do is something behind the scenes with the goblins. But that will be late at night while Gavin is asleep.
Okay. So the next day arrives, and admittedly, Gavin, I would like you to make an insight roll with disadvantage.
Oh, because I'm so good at these anyway.
Roll low.
1.
7.
So, I mean, she probably plays it off at the beginning like, hey, let's stay in bed and just laze around a little bit. And it's like, okay, and oh, and by the way, Burnky, and then proceeds to go on from there. And then, like...
Wow.
Bonky.
Burnky, that sound... Anyway. But proceeds to go
Zaya
on
about
from there.
the bed.
I imagine... but you don't see nothing of it other than like, yay, more sexy time. and every once in a while you do hear a little bit of clomping or whatever up top as, people start delivering things like the boxes of fireworks and like all the shit.
Yeah, but then Rhiannon does that thing that he really likes, and it just...
Yes. Out of curiosity, what is Rhiannon's con?
It's a 12.
You actually have a higher constitution than me, so yeah, you wear him the fuck out.
Yeah.
Well, and granted, there's probably some time where you both maybe nap or something too, because you're tired or whatever. And funny enough, like every once in a while, I'm like, God, I'm getting a little bit hungry, and then all of a sudden there's like a knock on the, and like shortly thereafter there's like a knock on the door, and like one of the goblins puts in a tray and sets it down and just kind of nods and shuts the door. And
Does that mean Zaya's like listening? Because that just feels inappropriate.
No.
We've been
I
over
imagine
this.
it was
No.
more. Ember probably negotiated that there's probably one of Wanda, Tulio, or Thralila is kind of sitting there. I mean, they'll take shifts, but is probably sitting there by the door, sort of listening, and then like maybe even pinging to Zaya like they need food or like whatever. So I mean, no, Zaya's not necessarily. Zaya's learned that it's not really good to do that. So
She soundproofed that room. Actually, she
Let's just say,
soundproofed
like,
their
if the
room
walls are
and Ember's
normally-
room.
if the walls are normally 2 inches thick, they're maybe like 3 inches thick.
It's probably...
It's wise.
And like, and when and like in the middle of the wall is like more of a mushroomy growth of noise abatement sort of thing. If in between the more fibrous. And
Somehow she knows how to make egg cartons.
right. But yeah, I mean, Rhiannon, you do notice from time to time the ka-thump of stuff going on up top. And yeah, for the rest of you, it's just kind of a chaotic mesh of deliveries and things. Nikali will sort of volunteer to keep Kaladin in check as best he can from diving into the liquor.
I got tasks. It's for you two.
Get to work.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah, you're gonna help me. And I pull them aside and I tell them exactly what they need to do when they need to do it. And I hand them a sheet of paper that has what is going to happen outlined.
Oh my God,
and their cues.
And you know, at first, I mean, Nikali's like takes it very seriously, like of course, very earnestly, and Kaladin's like, yeah, okay, we're gonna cues, and then you give him the cue sheet, and he's like, holy fuck, you weren't kidding, like.
I don't kid about a production.
I was gonna say she's stage managing the fuck out of this birthday party.
She is. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. No, they're good. Good to go. Good to go.
Excellent. Thank you. And then I continue with the practice of the goblins, because
that's fair.
My 3 are up to snuff.
Well, and that's the thing. Your 3, I believe. Actually, what did I say there? I think their intelligence is still only like a 10, so I don't know if they fully. Yeah, their intelligence still is 10, so they're still. You know what? They're only a few days off. Screw it. So yes, Wanda, Tulio, and Thrylila now have performance as one of their skills.
Yes.
Now, just to warn you, though, admittedly, the charisma modifier is not great.
Horrible.
So it's
or do they maybe, I don't know, could like have half of my performance bonus?
No. So they get their whatchamacallit, proficiency bonus basically, which is a +3.
Oh, okay. That's not bad.
Now, the thing is, though, is they are kind of trained to be crew members, so they can take the help action as a bonus action. Which, if they help each other as a bonus action, then they can roll with advantage.
Fair enough. Okay.
So maybe you train 3 other goblins to always just help Wanda, Tulio, and Thrylila.
Well, now the other goblins do not have the performance skill because only those 3 were the ones that ultimately were interested enough to stay focused enough to.
Right,
interested.
Those
because they're your groupies. They love you.
They're the performers, and the other ones are the backstage techs.
Yeah.
It's like the little kids in the dance recital where they like look at each other and they're like, no, it's the left foot.
They're the group leaders.
And not that I'm belittling her organization skills, but Amaya, you probably spend a good chunk of the time just keeping the rest of the goblins away from the fireworks.
Yeah, that's probably accurate.
That's about right.
No, actually, you'll set the fireworks up because I think that takes time.
And actually, there are a few times where finally they keep trying to get to him and almost lighting them off, that Zaya has to get involved and start closing off the like dropping it into the cargo hold and closing off the goddamn doors like rowing them over so they cannot get to them.
Yeah, no, we absolutely do that.
Next person that touches it is going to be fed to Liddy.
No, Ender.
Well, and that's the thing. And then after a few moments of that, when one of the goblins still somehow manages to get in there, she then opens it up enough, asks Liddy to stay there, and says, please eat any of the goblins that breaks in here before I come back to let them in.
What?
And Liddy says,
What a
okay.
day.
And then Zaya says that to the rest of the goblins. And then seals it off again. And after that, then there's no issue. But
Good girl.
it takes a few attempts.
Yeah.
It takes a few attempts. Is anyone else, I guess, doing anything prep-wise before this bash begins?
No, Rhiannon's real occupied.
You are, yes.
Was that English?
It's Echo. Remember how we talked
right,
about
right,
this
right,
because
right,
I'm
okay.
on your mic?
I will
So
not
I
give you
hear it in
shit.
my
I
headset.
apologize.
And so it really messes with me talking because I can hear myself.
I understand.
On a delay.
Yeah. All right. Well,
It was not entirely
and your dancers do arrive.
Sweet. I will go over the plan.
The dresses do arrive, actually, along with Master Tate, who does some like any last-minute fitting thing that needs to be done, kind of deal. Although,
Excellent.
well, let's see here. Oh, yeah. But you very little has to be done. Like the guy has an eye for figuring out exactly how shit fits. Like you get the sense that he's got a solid eye for that. And so other than some very minor things here and there, which are more like last minute, like just got to finish this up and it's done kind of thing. And you are all fit with these lovely gowns.
Excellent. Awesome. All right. Night before, we are decorating. We are getting this ship ready. It is all decked out. So just a bunch of white streamers and candles everywhere. We're doing this super elegant, super pretty, very, very high class. Very high class. We'll have a buffet table out with all the pastries and the meats and wine and beer and all of that fun good stuff. And then we have a stage set up on the little false helm that we have. I'll have a stage out where I can play.
Easily set up. You work with Zaya on that.
Yep, we work with that.
Pardon me. Oh, pardon me. You know what? I gotta step away for just a brief moment. I'll be right back.
In this momentary brief pause while Brian goes and cleans out his face. Thank you everybody who's tuning in for watching. We do very much appreciate it. If you're inclined, if you haven't already followed, please do so. If you're inclined to subscribe, I wouldn't argue. But I'm not going to make you do anything you don't want to do. Except for fuzz out, apparently, and it's going to focus on my fedora and the Vaxeldon cloak behind me again. That's funny.
It really wants to focus on that.
It does.
A little bit creepy.
I'm here for it, though.
All right. And I'm back.
Welcome back.
So And I imagine maybe even that night you guys then are sailing out a little bit to.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
Now,
the daytime's pretty mellow.
Okay. So the daytime, the day of.
Day of, we're doing a big brunch and all
Okay.
that jazz, and that's when Zaya is going to start sailing out.
Okay.
Is in the morning, so I'll have the dancers and all of that arrive. That probably later morning. I know the girls. It'll probably be around 11 o'clock noon.
Well, and they could have even arrived the night before, provided you had a space to put them.
Yeah, we don't have space.
That's fair.
Hammocks on the deck.
So, we go out, and then night falls, and that's when all the fun begins.
How long is Rhiannon keeping Gavin occupied?
Oh God, you're not keeping him occupied this day.
Oh, thank God.
Oh hell no! No! That was just the night.
That was just
the night before
the
prep day for decorating.
So I am present for brunch and all that stuff. And
You
at this
are present
point,
for
I'm aware
brunch.
that things are happening.
You are aware that the ship is now like all decked out and pretty.
Are we supposed to be in our fancy clothes, or is that not until later?
Not yet.
Okay.
Gavin probably looks a little tired.
No, I slept. I don't know what you're talking about. I slept like the dead.
Rhiannon might look a little tired.
Rhiannon might look a little tired.
So in the beginning, it's very the decorations are very, very white, pale, and slightly somber to recognize the day of mourning. But then we are going to sail out.
And Gavin, you do notice there are 3 fairly athletic, lithe-looking ladies that you have never met before. Have no idea who they are, and they are also partaking of the brunch and kind of, I mean, they're kind of clustered together a little bit, but you see they talk to Ember and I mean, you get the sense from their conversation that Ember knows them and they know Ember.
I mean, I'm charming and a people person. I will engage in conversation and polite small talk and probably flirt because it's Gavin.
Sure.
That's fair. Gavin, these are 3 lovely ladies that I used to work with here in the past. And they were in town, so they were joining us for a little dinner for day of mourning.
Okay. Pleasure to meet you all. Welcome aboard.
Happy birthday, by the way.
Thank you. I mean, I know I suck at insight, but can I make an insight check?
Feel free to make an insight check.
I mean,
yeah.
go ahead and roll your deception.
Does that mean I get to roll deception?
You do.
You could roll shitty and I could roll real good. We don't know.
D&D Beyond's not very good with me right now.
I rolled a 12.
15, so...
Oh! Missed it by that much! Jesus!
How much?
I mean, it seems legit.
That just happened.
And you know, and I mean, granted, your birthday's always been kind of a somber affair in general, just because other than celebrating it more privately with your dad, you haven't really done. Like your father's never made it a like big like woo party or anything.
Sure.
Or if he had, it's always been like maybe days after to celebrate it or something if you have.
To give the proper respect
So like the
to the
actual
day of
day
mourning.
of. Right. So the day of has usually been more of an intimate moment between you and him of just sharing your birthday between each other,
Okay.
so to speak.
I always had family birthdays on the day and never friend parties.
Exactly. And
Yeah.
quite frankly, because it's a fairly somber day in general,
Yeah.
you know, tends not to be that big of a thing. So having a couple, but and it's also meant to be a day of gathering together and dealing with grief and sorrow as a community, because I mean, one could argue the Sirens were the most affected by it, obviously, but it did impact everybody. I mean, it impacted everybody enough to stop a war from continuing on for yet another God how
However long.
Yeah.
I mean, just thinking of like World War One and World War Two and how long they went and the amount of life lost, and then imagine 100 years worth of war. I can't even imagine the scale of the.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like that's realistically, you'd have to have magic to be able to even try to do that. Because where do you get all the goddamn resources?
Right.
Right.
And that's probably a horrible bean counter way to look at it, but there you go.
That's still accurate.
And that's
Rhiannon-
including people as resources, but
Yeah.
not-
Rhiannon will just, in a very friendly way, kind of tap Gavin on the ass and inform him that he already got his birthday present from her.
Yeah, I did. I mean, what?
You need reminding later if you're up for it.
Parts of me are.
Wow.
It's your idea.
I know. I have no one to blame but
And
myself.
she says that as she's like downing a mimosa and then like taking a shot of coffee and
Yep.
building up the liquids, Yeah.
Okay.
Gotta stay hydrated.
I need like a 10-minute bio before I get to the big
That's
celebration
fine. How about
here.
we
Because
it's
I'm dying.
2:49 right now according to my clock, let's say back at 3.
Back at 3.
Sure.
Thank you.
We'll be
So
back
we will
in
take
10.
a quick break and we'll be back in 10 minutes.
Oh,
All right, we're back.
yes.
What?
Oh,
what
yes.
Did I miss?
Brian said we would deal with the debauchery.
Oh, that sounds about right.
Hi, everybody. We're back.
I mean, I'm assuming at this point, but yes, welcome everybody. We are
No,
now.
that was it. Brunch.
Game over. You were saying, Brian?
Well, thank you for joining us for the. Just kidding. Oh, I tell you. So yes, brunch is lovely, a somber affair, to some extent, but still delightful foods.
Good food.
Good food.
This is the premium, like, apple smoked bacon,
Yeah.
you know. No, not even just bacon. It's rasher bacon. Yeah.
Oh, the good rasher bacon.
I don't know what that is.
Neither do I.
Oh my, I need to. Oh, okay. One of these days, I will have to cook you a full English breakfast.
After June.
Yes, absolutely.
So.
Rasher bacon is delicious.
Oh, it'll change. It'll change your outlook.
Truthfully, it'll make you look at bacon fundamentally different. It did for me.
I mean, now I have to try this. Like, there is no other option.
Nope.
Yep.
It'll
that's the
happen.
thing.
It'll happen.
At any rate, I digress. So, what is the next stage, oh Mistress of Ceremonies?
Oh, yes. Okay, so as we sail off into the night, we pick our lovely spot on the ocean that has a lovely view of the coastline, maybe, you know, good ambiance, good scenery.
That New York skyline, I mean, Sharn skyline.
That new Sharn skyline, yep.
And you can probably see off in the you're seeing the coastline, so you're actually a little ways away from Sharn, so Sharn's out of view.
Yeah, we want to be outside of any fucking, like, military jurisdiction shit that we might run into.
Oh, we're straight up in international waters at this point. Gotcha. I see the kind of party this is about to be.
That's fair.
I mean, at least she's thinking ahead.
No, I'm here for it.
I am learning.
There we go.
See, that knowledge of piloting air vessels and basic nautical law maritime law is a thing now.
Coming in handy.
Rules of airship versus in inner city. I mean, okay, so we sail out, pick our spot. Dinner will be served. For dinner, right before dinner, I'm going to call everybody together. And on the table in the below deck of our dining space, our normal crew dining space, I have it's garment boxes are all around the table. But they all look very similar. None look any more extravagant than the other. If everybody would oblige me, I have provided attire for this evening. Gentlemen, please wear your best trousers and dress shirt. I have a vest.
I think Gavin might be the only one that actually has those things.
And you see Ethan is like, do we have to? But then Wanda like slaps him upside the head. Is like, of course we do.
We have been over this.
And you see Wanda's like, yeah.
He's got this on
Yeah. So if you would please dress for this evening, we will begin dinner. And everybody will get all dolled up.
Gavin loans Kaladin and Nikali a dress shirt and trousers.
It's appreciated.
To be fair, Ember also had stuff that...
And truthfully, Nikali's probably wearing the same stuff you kind of hooked him up with when you went for your meeting with the university folks.
Yeah.
And he actually cleans up pretty good. Kaladin, on the other hand...
Oh no, I'm gonna make him shave.
Oh, you bastard. Okay,
And it's literally, it probably becomes a, you do it or I do it.
I'm doing it under protest.
Your protest is noted. Hands him a razor.
And you see he takes the razor and the materials and he goes, happy birthday. And he goes off and he'll start shaving.
Thanks, buddy.
I will have already pre-established with Zaya that if she feels anybody is breaking rank of their assigned jobs or level of happiness, she had my full permission to threaten and or tell me.
Okay.
Assigned levels of happiness.
That was specifically directed to Kaladin. I anticipated this bullshit.
That's fair. That's fair.
You will participate, and you will participate with a smile, damn it!
I remind Ember that we have a specific wand in case he
Now,
thank you, Amaya.
Zaya before, to run any instructions Ember gives Zaya by Amaya first. Does Zaya actually inform Amaya of this new instruction?
Oh my god.
totally would.
Actually, she, not exactly, but she does say, at one point, she does say, Mom,
Yes, dear.
I really never want to piss Ember off.
I don't think any of us do, honey.
That's okay. Okay. Just, I mean, not that I'd want to, but I'm just saying I really don't want to. Yeah.
There. Did somebody piss her off?
Well, and admittedly, so the goblins get a bit impatient, because you get the sense that, well, I should say, the goblins that are not the trio, because at this point, the trio's in line. They follow your orders. Like, they're pretty much your lieutenants in this. But they, and truthfully, they're doing a pretty good job of keeping the goblins on task, because the goblins just want to fire off the fireworks.
Yeah.
We're getting there.
But I will say, because Wanda, Tulio, and Thralila are staying on top of them, they have not necessarily let out the secret yet that there are fireworks. Because every time they even get close to trying to say something, the three of them just like, you know, and like, and close that shit down. And they're like, you deal with us or you deal with her. And they're like, right, no, never mind, we'll wait. Like, please don't tell her that we're trying to, you know.
Sure. Alright.
All right. Now that everybody is properly attired,
We get dolled up.
we get all dolled up. On the deck, and this would have already been pre-arranged with Zaya beforehand. We have basically it's formal tables and chairs.
Ooh.
We have everybody is it's an kind of everybody is paired up, and we're kind of sitting in a semicircle kind of thing, but facing the stage. The goblins are instructed that they will be the servers.
Okay.
For very, very elaborate meal. We're probably talking about maybe a 4 or 5 course meal.
Damn.
All of which is accompanied by my lovely plate, of course. I already pre-rolled. It's 21.
I love it.
And it's just a very, very elegant affair, of which when all is said and done, then we have a big cake that is being wheeled out. It's got some fun sparkler birthday candles in it, and it is wheeled out to Gavin.
Oh,
to
hey,
his
cake.
table. Hey, cake. And in my showcasey way,
I love it.
Gavin, we have all gathered here today, not for the day of mourning, but for a day of birth, your birth.
Aw.
And so we are all here to celebrate you. And we have a little song for you.
Okay.
And all of the goblins all line up, kind of like chorus girl-esque, like all one after another,
Yes.
one after another, with me in the center, of course. Naturally. And we sing in the Marilyn Monroe way.
Yes.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. And the goblins start creeping forward. To you. Happy birthday, Gavin. Happy birthday. And the big, like, dancing lights and a few fireworks start shooting off. Birthday to you.
Oh, that was fabulous.
Oh, God, my cheeks hurts.
I know, I've been grinning too much. My face hurts. Oh. Wow. Jesse, that was inspired. Thank you.
It was.
And just to let you know, the goblins with the 8 another got a 19 on their roll, so it was pretty good.
Wow, that's actually really good. That was fucking fantastic.
Oh.
Gavin is appropriately abashed, but in a good way. He might even get a little misty, too, honestly.
The rest of the evening is just a bunch of fireworks and dancing and just a lot of frivolity.
At one point, you wonder where all the fireworks are coming from, because the goblins keep going down in batches and bringing more of them up and firing them off. And you're like, oh, okay. First you're like, oh, okay, that's cool. It's like, and then they go down and grab some more. It's like, oh, cool, they have more. And then they go down and you're like, wow, they have a lot of fireworks. Like, they go down and get more. You're like, I'm now starting to be a little concerned at the amount of fireworks that they have coming out of this. And then they go and get more fireworks and more like.
Now, Amaya doesn't let the fireworks be launched off the main deck. She has them go out in the longboat and launch them a ways away from the ship.
Yes.
So it would be the ship period, like coming back, like, oh, that was a good fireworks show. More fireworks come up, get loaded on, and it goes back out. Wait, there's more? And the ship just keeps coming back and leaving, coming back and leaving.
Yeah. And admittedly, like, it keeps kind of crescendoing, because first it's like, pew-pew, poof, pew-pew, poof. But then, like, after, like, the third or, and then it's like the second or third time around, it's like, poo-poo-poo-poo, poo-poo-poo-poo, poo-poo-poo-poo-poo. But then, like, after the fourth or fifth time, they're, like, zooming by, like scraping this sparks across the sky, just, like, flying, like...
Do we just have the one longboat right now?
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, we do.
Because I had two.
Because if we had two, they could just circle Zaya.
Yeah, you could just or have one ferrying more fireworks back and forth.
And truthfully, it culminates, it actually, oh my god, with that roll, yeah. It culminates, the very last time is kind of like the strafing run of fireworks, but they happen to do a barrel roll. So it's like the whole, so it's literally this gigantic corkscrew of just fireworks is their finale. And that's...
Some poor coastal fishing village is like, holy fuck, we're under attack!
God damn it, more learning, I guess. I gotta look for fishing villages now?
God! Honestly, at some point during the evening, as things are progressing and Gavin is getting drunker, he will go to Rhiannon and he's like, am I allowed to hit on the dancers?
Well, yeah, they're hot. Why wouldn't you?
Okay.
Oh, you're asking my permission. Oh, that's so cute.
I'm new to this whole open relationship thing, so...
Okay. And I'll give him a kiss on the cheek. Darling, if you have the energy, by all means.
So Gavin's gonna go hit on the dancers.
Fair enough.
Rhiannon will note that for later.
All of them.
Oh. I'm here for it.
Huh. The goblins are gonna have a good night.
The tall ones.
Important distinction.
That's fair.
Wanda looks sadly a little disappointed
of you.
At that clarification, but proceeds to, understand. Okay.
Yeah, just stack one on top of another and then get a trench coat. So it'll be half as many, but they'll be just as tall.
There you go.
That's next birthday.
I'm never going to be able to unsee that.
Nope.
Now I just have this imagination of a couple of goblins streaking people with a cloak.
That was where my head went to.
Oh my god, this is Wanda, Tulio, and Lila's next act. Yes!
And then what's more disturbing is I feel like there's maybe like a deleted scene from Labyrinth or something where this may have actually happened, and I'm just like...
Oh, wow.
At any rate.
The three of them stacked on top of each other, taller than like a normal actual person would be. And you've got whoever's on top just has like sticks with gloves on the ends of them pushed through the arms of the trench coat because their arms aren't long enough to get all the way through the sleeves.
They
no.
Drop something, pass it up.
Right. Hands come out the bottom of the trench coat.
Just put it in my key! Just put it in my key!
Oh no.
The night is much frivolity and drinking, and having a good time and
And a
celebrating.
4-way?
I guess I'm sleeping alone.
Or 5-way? I'm here for that too.
What?
I think at that point it just becomes an orgy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So one of the dancers is definitely interested.
You get one, not all.
Goals for next year.
And we'll say, let's see. We'll say Ember's 1, Rhiannon's 2, Narashti's 3, Amaya's 4.
Oh.
Narashti, you notice one of the ladies is paying fairly close attention to you throughout most of the evening.
Yes.
I don't know how she would handle that. I think she'd be really oblivious.
Well, tell you what, feel free to make an insight roll.
Alright.
I mean, I'll throw this out there. If Gavin becomes privy to this, he will absolutely wingman for Narashti.
That's fair. That's fair.
Rhiannon would as well, and my insight's real fucking high.
I gotta.
Well,
Yeah, Ember would work
Nat
the other
20.
side, yeah.
Yes!
Best time to get a nat 20!
For a 20,
So-
total of 27.
Granted, Narashti, it takes a little bit of warming up and
Clarity.
and a little bit of libation, but as you're kind of sitting there and this gal's kind of just having this very very focused kind of conversation with you, and it's kind of sitting there sort of kind of touching your shoulder and talking about it, you start to realize, oh,
I feel like there's definitely a light bulb moment.
yeah, there is a light bulb moment. And Rhiannon, with your insight, not even gonna you see the moment the light turns on.
I was waiting for it to turn on. Otherwise, I would have helped.
And I'm assuming you do help a little bit. You probably help it a little bit long, but like with your insight, you recognize the moment when she gets it.
Narashi will have another drink and see if the dancer wants a tour of her bunk. After a few drinks in.
Yes.
Easily enough done.
Do you want to come see my... No, here's what Narashi will, because she has that box, so she'll ask the dancer, do you want to come see my treasure box?
I love you
And
so
so-
much right now.
I am dead.
I just
so
want to hear that moment. Oh, you meant your actual treasure box!
Rhiannon, you since you're kind of wingman, you witnessed this, and you, like, Narashti doesn't really notice this so much, but you, Rhiannon, notice that the dancer looks at Narashti for a moment, totally deadpan, looks at you, then looks back at Narashti, goes, sure, and then proceeds to go with you, like, yeah. So you two go.
In a pause in our relations, I will be like, oh, but here is my treasure box. The, like, physical box of treasures, yes. Yeah.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
You know what the really funny thing is, guys, is we haven't actually been drinking.
Right.
No.
Water.
No.
That makes me so happy.
Our chat is very, disturbed is probably too strong a word. Wondering what the fuck just happened, I think, is probably more accurate.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well,
This is what happens when you
Argia.
lock people up in their houses for over a year.
On the plus side, guys, we have 15 people watching at the moment.
Hi!
Welcome to the
Welcome.
madhouse.
Welcome to the madhouse.
This is what happens when you stick a bunch of drama nerds inside a house for too fucking long.
We start fantasizing about group sex.
Start. Anyway,
Epic birthday parties.
So anyway, I will say the third performer seems to be interested. I rolled a die because why not? Actually, does seem to be kind of interested in you, Rhiannon, as well.
Oh, I will flirt. I will flirt. I'm happy to flirt.
Fair enough.
But
I'm not going to say it. It's too much.
Say
I know
it.
it's too much.
And so a pleasant evening ensues for those that are having a pleasant evening.
Pretty
You
sure
can-
we all
you
have
can-
to have somewhat of a pleasant evening.
I feel that for us not to be banned from Twitch, I maybe won't discuss the full details, but
Which is the reason why
for-
I'm not saying what occurred to me.
For those of you that are watching, though, if you would like to write up some fan fiction, email it to theblindgm
At gmail.com. No, I'm here for it.
.com,
yes.
and we would be happy to read any smut that you deliver.
Oh my god, yes. That happens. That's canon. Sorry. Not sorry.
Because
Nope.
why not? Anyway, so yes, the evening is otherwise very entertaining. At one point, we'll say, Amaya, you notice that you see Nikali. You kind of notice that Nikali has hung out with Liddy a bit, and they are singing extremely off key in your guessing giant.
Okay.
And there are several empty bottles sitting there, and you realize that Nikali may have gotten Liddy drunk.
Yes.
Well, that's new.
Because there's like one bottle in his hand that's only like half full, which is probably enough to knock out Nikali. He's not a huge drinker, you know.
Sure.
And there's like 6 empty bottles laying on the floor in front of Liddy. And yeah, you just like the last thing you notice is you hear this sort of weird sounding, like almost sounds like a weird like Tibetan throat singing sort of thing, but like then there's like these other little octaves, but they're slightly off pitch and like. But yeah, you see there.
That's fabulous.
Yeah, you see Nikali is pretty much is and there's probably a few passed out goblins as well.
I'm impressed. I immediately start thinking up of a new song. Must use these bass.
Yeah, who? I mean, with Liddy, you kind of expected it as a little more of a bait, but yeah. Nikali's probably
the idea of starting to prepare a number of hangover remedies for the next day, and just kind of tries to put as many as she can think of together to see if they're, one, if mimics can get hungover, and 2, what such remedies might actually work on a mimic.
Okay. That's fair. That's
Preparing
fair.
remedies for anybody else who ends up hungover too, but now she's curious.
Fair enough. So yeah, and so like admittedly, as you surprisingly, Kaladin is probably the least schnockered.
He's built up a tolerance.
And is and while enjoying himself, I mean, has enjoyed himself, but you kind of got the sense his joy was dashed a little bit when he saw the dancers walk off with other people. So, not that he.
Sorry.
I mean, admittedly, with his charisma, he's gonna have to pay for it if he's ever gonna try. Anyway.
Oh.
He's he's not a charming individual. He tends to say what's on his mind and not give a damn what people think about it. So at any rate, but he's good enough to take over for the night shift and keep an eye on things for what that's worth. But Yeah, and so the next morning is starts up pretty late for everybody.
That's fair.
But a good night was had by all. Is there anything else other than recuperating from the day? Is there anything else anyone is necessarily doing, or?
Nope.
I mean, we might eventually get the dancers back to Sharn, but...
Well, yeah, we go back into port after
Sure.
all of the frivolity.
That's fair enough. And you know, they say their goodbyes. Thank you for the wonderful party. You know, in the time-honored tradition, they give Gavin a pinch in the butt. And then Narashi gets a pinch in the butt, which is a little surprising.
She turns very, very pink.
And the third one just kisses Rand. Like they just have a kiss. That's, you know, they're you know, whatever. They're good. They're, you know.
I give her a playful smack on the ass as she walks away.
There you go. And that being said, then Gavin had a wonderful birthday party. Going to fast forward a little bit because we still have some downtime to get through, and my hope is to maybe try to get it done by this session.
No, more parties.
Hey, if you've got the gold.
No, I'm this was a good splurge.
That's fair. However, do keep in mind you do have the, what was it, 6 wands of dancing lights?
Excuse me, it is 7 wands.
Sorry, 7 wands of dancing lights.
One wand of smiles and one wand.
A wand of smiles.
Smiles.
And then the wand of
Glitter dust.
of fairy fire.
Fairy fire. That's
Effectively
right.
glitter dust, but yeah.
Yeah.
So with that, you continue on with your the different kind of studies and side quests and missions that you were accomplishing. And just to take a look, see. So at the end of the month of Olaroon, Ember, that is when you get your necklace. So roughly about another week from Gavin's birthday. You're also helping House Tarkanan with some of their negotiations. And actually, I would like you to go ahead and make a persuasion roll.
Okie dokie. $22.
Nice. So over the course of time, you and there's several negotiations, but you are able to help Grigori cement the alliance with the disaffected members of the dragon-marked houses that wish to join the war effort against Thrain.
Question.
Yes.
Does Ember explain what's happening to any of us in terms of House Tarkanan?
That's up to Ember.
Oh, like explain
what's going on.
My members to House Tarkanan?
No,
well,
explain are you telling Rhiannon what's going on with the negotiation, or like what even it is?
Yeah, I am actually. And
is it just Rhiannon, or do you tell the party?
I actually would be telling the entire party this, because I'm not sure how this is going to all affect everything and everyone.
Would Rhiannon know of anyone from Madani who would be interested in joining?
Do you broach the subject with your handler?
Oh, not with my handler. I know better than to do that. It would be more of a... She's worked with the house for almost a decade at this point.
So go ahead and make we'll call it an investigation roll, but I'm going to say with disadvantage.
That's okay.
The reason being, there may be some members that might be, but obviously if you work for an organization that's about ferreting secrets out, you're also pretty good at the counterintelligence side of it, of keeping your secrets hidden.
Okay.
That's fair.
Oh, with disadvantage. I liked that 18. But...
I mean, you're still rolling crazy high, so I mean, it's...
It's a 10 instead of an 18, so 10 plus 3, 13. So
13.
20.
20?
Yeah. Would have been 28.
Okay, so, but 20 was your total?
Yeah.
And granted, you know, you do get you are able to identify a couple of people through just some covert observations, and granted, they are trying to be covert about it, but you're just awesome. And so you are able to ferret out that yes, all of the dragon marked houses, Madani included, have members. Because just as a little bit of a reminder, when the whole fracas with Thrain sort of started, things came to a head when Thrain had like a night of culling, basically, where they killed any non-human dragon marked house members.
Yep.
And just slaughtered them all. And then for the human members, because they were human, allowed them to leave.
Yeah. So
In so much as they literally were at the door and said, you have until daybreak to get the hell, or nightfall to get the hell out, or we take you out as well. Like, we're giving you this we're giving you this our generosity because I mean, reading between the lines, because they were human, and Thrain seemed to be pushing, for some reason, at least recently, this very pro-human agenda.
Yeah. So Madani would have lost people.
So yeah.
If I can kind of nudge the people in my house that I know would be interested toward these negotiations to participate, I would try.
Okay. I'm assuming you're trying to be kind of covert about this as well?
I would approach Ember with it.
Okay.
And say, if your people are wanting more numbers, I have numbers for you.
It's quite possible.
Okay.
I believe they're starting to gather.
And we'll say you're probably able to, through the lines of communication through Ember and whatnot, probably hand off a handful of people that definitely were kind of looking for that introduction or whatnot.
It's
for
sort
House
of
Madani.
It's of trying to apologize for almost fucking it up before. Like, let me help instead, and I will not try to insert myself.
It's just a comedy of errors.
Yeah, well.
So that is going on there. Gavin, you proceed to do, you and Nikali actually proceed to do a couple of your
TED Talks.
Your TED Talks, for lack of a better term. the Gavin Gabs, as it were.
The Gavin Gabs.
And but a couple of guest lectures about Zaya, and well, you more about Zaya and the ship, and Nikali will be there to back some things up. And Nikali also has a couple of apparently guest lectures on the Sulatar, and
I will back him up on those guest lectures as well. I won't make him face that on his own.
well, and you do get the sense like, and granted, this hasn't been the only thing that you guys have been doing. You've also been meeting with the representatives to kind of build out like, so let's put together an outline of what you're going to say. Like, I mean, obviously it's not like improv where you're just kind of running your mouth off, so to speak. And you do get the sense actually that the two historian professors that you met, Halversham and Lancaster, they actually develop a bit of a friendship with Nikali, as far as just in terms of getting to know him better. Okay. In general, and learning more about the Sulatar,
well, and I will maintain like friendly relations with them as well. However, I'm going to be trying to actively cultivate a again platonic but friendly relationship with Lady
Alana.
Yeah.
And truthfully, it's a lot easier to do that with the other two sort of being using Nikali as sort of your, for lack of a better term, wingman to shuffle them off to.
Yeah.
And Lady Alana is very interested in the information that you have to say and whatnot. I would like you to, I'm going to have you make 2 rolls.
Okay.
I would like you to, I'm going to say make a deception roll.
Okay, I'm good at those. 27.
Okay, and then I would like you to make a investigation roll with advantage.
Thank God for advantage. 22.
Okay.
My other one was a nat 1, so glad it was advantaged.
Yeah.
You are definitely able to get. So you are able to research more on Drakaskull and her mate. Where did I put the book? Damn it! I'll get that name later. But Drakaskull and her mate and their consolidation, as it were, of certain wizard folk and to some extent dragonborn tribes. You get the sense that they have both been there for some time. In fact, you get the sense that like I think Thrask is the name of the. We'll call it that for now. The mate, and Thrask has been there for a while. Actually, Drakaskull is slightly more recent, having arrived shortly before the last war began.
Okay.
But they've been in country, so to speak, for at least a century or more at this point.
Gotcha.
And you do find what you do know is that for Drakaskull, and now I need to verify with my notes before I give you wrong information, because that is a thing that sometimes happens.
Yep.
Drakaskull is a blue dragon.
Okay.
She is, and is known to be a expert in the Draconic prophecy, so to speak. She is several thousand years old.
Does that make her an ancient?
Yeah.
Great. Fucking great.
Her mate, which again I'll edit it later when we so to speak, but I believe it's Tarask is how it's pronounced. Is a also is a black dragon of exceptional age, who, as far as you can tell, as far as observers have been able to tell and live to tell the tale, may have absorbed or been influenced by some demonic essences as well. As for Thrask, there have been several again sightings for those who've lived to tell the tale of a couple of different demons of various types that seem to be obeying its orders.
Okay.
And then and granted, a lot of these are different reports from like valid reports from Explorer Society stuff over the past truly 50 or 60 years. So some of it you're kind of having to piece together to read between the lines, as far as, you know, like the reports aren't necessarily saying outright they're consolidating power in the Kabara or whatever like that. You have to kind of read between the lines. But like, you know, if you'll read attacks about like this tribe slaughtered this tribe, and then if you flip back to another book, it's like, oh, and the tribe that was doing the slaughtering works for Tarask or Dragon. So I mean, you're kind of putting your little web of notes together, so to speak. They do have a they do have a there's a third dragon, not nearly as old in age, or maybe only about a century old, give or take. A green dragon that seems to be the herald of Dracoskal, for lack of a better term. Is sometimes referred to as the herald. And is just kind of referred to as Verdum.
Got it.
Or at least that's the only reference that you get to that.
Okay.
But judging from the description of it, sounds very similar to the creature you actually saw in Droam that was waiting to seek an audience with the actually the one that barged in, I should say, demanding an audience with the daughters of Sorakel.
Got it.
And that was definitely an adult dragon, not an ancient.
Adult. Okay.
Or at least I forget the age categories in 5th ed. Whatever's not ancient, but like the next.
Yeah, it's young, adult, and ancient.
And then like Wormling, young, adult, ancient, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. So it definitely would be considered more that adult range.
Got it.
In addition to that, they have now, granted, most people, other than those really keen observers that happen to survive, recognize differences between lizard folk and dragonborn, as they look very similar in a lot of aspects.
Okay.
However, there are some dead giveaways like scale coloration, as obviously for dragonborn it is more pronounced based on your sort of draconic ancestry, as opposed to the lizard folk that are usually more mottled greens and browns and more earthen tones, so to speak. But you do also seem to get a sense that there seems to be a lot of reports of these brightly colored lizard folk. You're guessing more of the dragonborn. Of green, black, and blue, primarily. That seem to be the sightings of them seem to be increasing. You're kind of noticing, at least from kind of scrolling through what reports you can. So back when the war was ending, you'd get occasional reports from those people that were there. But
And now 20 years later, there's a lot more.
20 years later, there's been almost to the point of a little bit of an escalation. I mean, you can see kind of following the path and graphing it out as you take time to research. Do you share with Lady Alana any of the information that you're looking for regarding Dracoskull, or do you keep that to yourself?
No. The only information I really feel the need to keep from her is the nature of Zaya.
Okay.
And in the interest of cultivating that friendship, I am going to share with her what I am looking for, although maybe not necessarily why. Also in the hopes that she'll help me research Mabar.
Do you explain about your group's connection to the Children of Calamity and the prophecy?
Honestly, I would run that by the group if they're cool with me explaining that to her.
So, assuming during one of our dinner times, as we're reminiscing.
So yeah, Gavin's been real quiet for most of the dinner, which is unusual because he's a talker. And at one point, during kind of a lull in whatever conversation is happening, it's like, I'm learning some real disturbing things about this Dracoskull bitch. And the scholar that's been helping me, Lady Alana, might be able to share some insight, but I would feel compelled to inform her about the draconic prophecy involving us as the Children of Calamity. And I don't want to do that without everybody's okay, because I too can learn things.
Know where her loyalties are?
She's a scholar, not an adventurer. Her loyalty is probably to knowledge.
Well, and remember, she was...
And Brayland.
She was more a department head of the more planar-based studies of the college.
I relate to that.
How does that tie into the draconic prophecy? How does that tie into her having that information?
I'm not entirely sure. However, she has a better knowledge of the library in general, and just... She's real smart. And I'm bright. You're bright. We're all pretty intelligent here. But her knowledge is significantly more in this world than I am. I mean, I grew up with a library and I read books, but I'm more of a student of history and adventure stories, not what the fuck a green dragon's been doing for the last 1,000 years.
Can you get more knowledge without sharing everything with her?
And Brian, you can correct me if I'm wrong here, I think I've run the course that I think I have gleaned the information that I can glean on my own without sharing this information.
What do we stand to lose if that information is shared? Can she be trusted to keep that confidential?
I mean, I think so, but...
That could complicate things for us if she doesn't.
I know. But we also need this information, so we're not going in blind.
sorry, I saw Brian do that and then glanced up at the TV and got to see it replayed because of the delay to Twitch. Just saw Brian pantomime that twice. It's fine. We're not gonna die or anything.
I was maybe like, yeah, because, you know, if we don't trust her, we kill her. Just kidding.
I can see it both ways. You know. What does Amaya think?
I mean,
level-headed.
supposedly we are children of calamity. We can't really say that for 100% certain because we're guessing off of prophecy. If we think we might be able to get some useful information by letting her know that some believe us to be them, and the information that comes with it, I think that's worth it.
What about you, Ember?
I have conflicting feelings. While I do think certain knowledge is power kind of thing, that's also a huge problem.
Yeah.
Because if people know we have this new power, they will want to take it and own it or exploit it. I know we can't run forever, but is it so bad to just run for just a little bit longer?
I mean, technically we're not running for another, you know, like 2.5 weeks, but...
I definitely see where you're coming from there, but I would like to point out that just Zaya being Zaya, without knowing anything about her, we're already in that position.
I know.
I mean, she's the first, possibly the first and maybe the only airship that runs without elemental power. And we know that she's the only airship, period, that is a person. But not like a person, but like a, you know what I mean.
Person.
I think it's worth the risk. I just think we need to be...
I mean, I can
aware
play it
of the
close to the
risk.
vest and just be... not admit that it's us, and she's insightful enough she'll pick up on it, but if she ever says it, we can have some plausible deniability.
It's probably a better way to play it. Yeah.
Drashti, do you have any thoughts?
Sorry, I'm getting a plastic coin out of a rubber pig. So I missed the moment there.
We are discussing...
And now I can't get that visual out of my head, thank you very much.
I literally just missed like the last 5 seconds. Cause
Oh, okay.
I have this toy that's-
Gavin is just asking for your idea in what you think in general.
I don't feel... While I think that she's potentially a trustworthy person, I don't know if we've gained in the time that you've known her enough to share what we have.
Do you think it's possible or more okay that Gavin shares without admitting that it is possibly us that the prophecy refers to?
Plausible deniability.
Plausible deniability?
I think that's better.
If I'm being real honest, and I apologize for not prefacing it with this, that's pretty much what I was going to do anyway.
Okay. I think as long as we're not being stupid about it, and rushing into this headlong, we need more information.
Well, if we're all good with it, then that is what I will do.
What is who else was it? Was Nikali who was?
Yeah, he's also doing the.
What's his opinion on her? I mean,
Yeah.
He hasn't interacted with her all that much, but he probably would have an opinion.
I'm just
Mhm.
he would
Insight.
would also be able to do an insight check, and I know that Gavin is
Not great with reading people.
not always the best.
Good call.
Nikali, who actually got a 17 on his insight check.
Nice.
While my interactions have not, admittedly, I've dealt more with the two historians, as they seem to, while curious about the ship, definitely want to know. Definitely want to talk more about the more Sulatar aspects. Hey, but this lady, Alana Ear Poulter, is she's always seemed a little bit reserved, but definitely very competent, very intelligent, very focused. I didn't necessarily sense I guess I didn't necessarily sense a whole lot of subterfuge, but just more a sense that she does not abide fools lightly. She seems to
Kevin kind of chuckles at that.
and is very very focused on what she is looking for. I guess that is the best way I could describe it. But again, like Gavin said, I did not have nearly as many interactions with her. Admittedly, the other two professors that I have spoken with several times at length, and actually, sorry, he doesn't say professors. He says, admittedly, for Alex and Gerald, we've even they'd say sometimes she can come off a little detached. I don't think dealing with people is her strong suit as much as learning is, knowledge is.
Kevin kind of nods, as that was kind of his conclusion as well.
Give me a day or so before you go to her with this, and let me see if my house has anything on it.
Sure.
You already know about us and the boat, like.
I mean, she knows that yes, I'm doing talks on Zaya at her school.
Right. So potentially, she's already made some conclusions. Jumped to her own conclusions.
Possibly,
but the only thing that I talk about with Zaya is the narrative that we've already put forward to the world.
Yeah, let me
Do some digging, see what you come up with.
ask around.
In the meantime, do they hook me up with the Sphinx?
Oh, yeah. That's right.
I'm also researching Mabar, too, but I
Well,
figured we'd get there.
That's quite
let's
a job
deal with the
for
Mavar
a
stuff first.
Thanks.
I'm not going to fuck a Sphinx. I mean, unless she's into it.
So Mabar
You have to
is
beat Ember to it.
So Mabar is kind of a combination of things, and admittedly, the planes in Eberron are a little bit different than what you might be used to normal kind of D&D cosmology, in that they more kind of hone in on a concept and then kind of all the variations of that concept to some extent.
Sure.
So Mabar is referred to as the endless night. So in many ways, it is the shadow plane, but it's more than just that. It's effectively like a plane of entropy is the best way I can describe it. Uh, Undead are kind of relentless across the area. Not to say that there aren't beings that don't live there, but it's a font of kind of necrotic, decaying, just entropic crud, so to speak. The biggest thing that you're able to take away from it, and admittedly, when you get to this subject with her, when you kind of broach to that point, she unloads information on you, and you realize that she again is very much. You understand now why she's the headmaster of the planar teachings and studies and whatever, because she mentions having gone there twice. Both times were extremely unpleasant. Once in her undergrad and once for her doctorate, but or whatever, and but like the biggest thing, it is a place that tries to consume both light and life, um, and is like bathed in necrotic energies. If and to give some examples, if you don't already have some sort of resistance to it due to, like if you're an Azamar, may have resistance to necrotic, or some races may have access to that. But if you don't have resistance or immunity to it, you will literally take damage just being in the plane. However, those that are either not magically protected against that will be affected, but even like a ring of necrotic resistance or something would protect you in that regards. But it's light is almost seems to be swallowed by the shadow. Light sources are not nearly so bright. In fact, effectively, like a torch would only be dim light, as an example, sure. Shadow illumination. And typically for non-magic lights, they burn out rather quickly. There are several. There are several denizens who believe it or not live, if one can say it, living on the plane. A couple of which, certain, the biggest thing is like undead and shadows are so abundant that it's like you can't throw a dead cat without hitting one, for lack of a better term. Like mm-hmm. They're so prevalent. But there are, believe it or not, people that live that are, well, people as well as like fiends of various types, that do tend to live there. In fact, there's even a city, the Amaranthine City, which is the only true like actual civilization city, so to speak. But even then, it is it's a if you want to think of the plane of Mabar as several layers, there's one layer that is the city that's sort of considered conceptually the central layer, even though there's not really it's planes, it's all wibbly wobbly, Mm-hmm. But this particular city, and is actually supposed to be a kind of a dark reflection of the Amaranthine City that's in Serania, which is the heavens.
Okay.
or no, sorry, Irian. Pardon me. The more positive energy, if I recall. Irian. My apologies. I got that wrong. But the Amaranthine city in Mabar is like this kind of dark reflection, but also decaying reflection. Like, you know, there's even parts of it that just kind of crumble and whatnot. It looks like if the Amaranthine city in Irian is like a city at the height of its beauty and perfectness, the Amaranthine city of Mabar is a city collapsing, decaying, dying kind of thing. And the city is ruled by an Empress of Shadows. Don't know who that is, but she definitely is the biggest power there. And apparently employs a lot of Yugoloths, which Lady Alana is able to explain are the kind of mercenary fiends of the fiendish world.
Okay.
And then does even mention that they're and it's even rumored that for every Yugoloth in the Mavar Amaranthine city, there's an angel in the city in Irian.
Okay.
But no one, I mean, that's, you know, like, no one knows for sure.
Right.
But that gives you some information, and there's even a rumor, well, not even a rumor, I guess, but more recent news, for lack of a better term. And when she says that, you know, it's still probably within the last couple hundred years.
Okay.
That there's been a sort of a rare bastion or refuge, for lack of a better term, on one of the layers in an area that would be kind of the region kind of referred to as the Ashen Desert, which is a nice way of saying it's like a shadowy version of a desert, like the Sahara, if you were to say so. Led by a mysterious leader that they don't know much about, but apparently populated by a bunch of kind of pallid-skinned elves that are not from. Definitely not from Eberron.
Oh. Interesting.
But you and there's not a whole lot on it other than basically the recent news is, if you are living and you need a place to stay to try to recuperate from running around in the plane of shadow and entropy, it's not a bad place to go. Bring some bribes, and then they'll take care of you, kind of thing. Like,
gotcha.
Like as a refuge, because you know the whole place is in. I mean, when you have a whole plane dedicated to destroying life, pretty much the whole place is horrible. Like, it's
yeah. So the Pallid Elves aren't necessarily hostile to other living beings.
Correct.
Okay.
And there have been several reports. Now, granted, Lady Alana's never been there herself to that particular location. She admits usually their jaunts into the Mabar were quick relatively speaking, and usually only meant to get rare reagents to use in creating certain magic items, and then GT the FO. Because no one wants to stay there. And Gavin, go ahead and make a, I'm going to say straight intelligence roll.
Nat 20, 23.
Nice.
So granted, for us, this was a few sessions back,
Right.
like a month or two ago, where we had our drunken drinking night. But you realize as she kind of describes this, for lack of a better term, umbral refuge, as it were.
Okay.
That strikes a chord with you a little bit, as granted everyone was drinking a little bit, but Kaladin had mentioned that he was actually originally from Mabar. And he's pretty pale.
Oh.
I will have to...
Granted,
talk
he
about
also
that.
said that he escaped from what he called a cult, so take that with a grain of salt.
Okay.
And he was drinking, so... And I barely remember what the fuck I said, because we were all drinking, so, you know.
True statement.
But you... That does kind of ping your brain a little bit as you're like, hey, wait a second.
Yeah. I'll make a mental note to talk to him about that at some point. Is that everything on Mabar that I get?
Yeah, that's basically everything in Mabar.
So before I see the Sphinx, I want to hear back from Rhiannon about what she's going to see if House Madani has anything on Lady Alana.
Okay. And Rhiannon, may I say, holy crap, all the pretty dresses pictures. Yeah. Because that's like is that the second or third one I get? There was a red one and second one. Okay. The red and the blue. Are you enjoying it changing colors?
I am. Ember made her not wear blue. It's fine.
It made you explore color.
So Rhiannon, truthfully, I'm not going to even make your roll on this because since part of your downtime was doing the odd jobs for Madani, and quite frankly, you're one of their rising stars because you're fucking high level and you're good at your job. So it's easy to maybe, do a little work for a couple favors here or there, whatever, to find out what information you can. So I'm not going to worry about your rolling or anything. Lady Lana Ilpolter is a part of the Polter family, which they apparently own like a couple of mines. That's kind of their primary source of income, or I should say more historical source of income. They've definitely diverged, expanded and diverged or diversified. That's the word I was looking for. But known to have some mines in or near the mountains that kind of border Droan, actually. What you know about her more personally is that she's the daughter of her parents have had like 12 kids, or something like that. Like they're a fairly large family, and she is not even she's like maybe 7th or 8th in line, not and the big thing is known as she's rarely sort of seen in aristocratic functions, and tends to, on the few that she tends to attend, does not tend to stay there very long. But she's sort of her family is proud of her, and that, if you can add it onto their pedigree of nifty things like, yes, and we have a daughter who's the department head of the planar studies at the University of Corvette, that kind of thing. So they like the noble family, kind of uses that as sort of to build up their prestige, but they don't necessarily, they're not necessarily all that close. She definitely spends a lot of time in academia. As far as you can tell, is a fairly powerful spellcaster. Maybe not quite like an archmage status, but probably pretty close. She had a brief stint in like a magical auxiliary near the end of the war, but kind of at the end when they were even drafting nobility at that point, because they were kind of getting desperate. But didn't, as far as her like troop didn't necessarily see a whole lot of action. They were kind of getting mobilized right when the day of mourning sort of happened. Her students say she's kind of strict but fair. Not, some may argue a little bit standoffish, but others just say she's very, again, kind of what you've heard before. She's not a people person so much. Her passion definitely lies more towards the study and the arcane, and, well, from what Gavin's discerned, planar studies specifically, because like that's the first time, truthfully, when you were talking to her about Mabar, where she, even more so, definitely curious about learning more about the dragons and Kabara and that whole thing. But when you kind of ask more about Mabar, that's when you see her passion just kind of light up, as you get the sense that she finds the planes eminently fascinating. And even to the point of thinking that these are the planes that we know of, and there may be others that we don't know of.
Any sort of connections that seem shady or potentially problematic for us? Anything that would indicate any sort of ulterior motive?
No, she's a pretty straightforward as far as you can tell.
Okay.
There have been no hoopla, so to speak, other than a couple of reprimands every once in a while when a couple of younger apprentice magicians decided to try, like, maybe go at each other with spells, and she would like hold person the both of them to stop them, and like
turn one into a ferret,
and kind of like, you should not be using magic on the students, but thank you for stopping them from magic missiling the shit out of each other, kind of thing. Like, shame on you, but thank you, but shame on you officially. So that kind of stuff. But and she can grade kind of sternly. That's probably another thing, is because, again, kind of reinforcing that she does not suffer fools lightly. Like, if you're in her class, you are going to learn or you're going to get the fuck out. One way or the other.
Gotcha. Okay.
I'll
take that information back to everyone, and basically, I haven't found anything. of concern. So I think, unless there are any additional objections, I think Gavin should be okay to give her more information, just vaguely.
Yeah, I'll just say that I stumbled across this prophecy, and that's thus the basis of my interest in this particular subject. So, well, that being the case, then I will actually ask her to come with me to go see Flamewind.
Okay.
The Sphinx. I will ask Lady Alana to come with me to see Flamewind the Sphinx.
Okay. And we'll get back to that in a moment. Now I'm going to jump to Rhiannon, Narashti, and Amaya.
Amaya had to step away for a moment.
That's all right. I can begin describing, and then if chaos reigns, we'll get Amaya up to speed as best we can.
Okay.
So in addition to your duties, Rhiannon, with Madani when you can, Narashti and Amaya have been joining you more or less to visit the people in the District of Overlook, and introduce you to sort of the Adaran culture that, quite frankly, is just an interesting, it's interesting when you kind of enter into an area that is a different culture, and it's one thing to sort of say it, but once you actually are immersed and you're like, oh wow, it can be a little bit overwhelming, but it's very interesting that the next time that you guys show up, you are welcomed. It wasn't that sort of it's very much more authentic, energetic, welcoming you back. Some of the kids even run up and you hear in your mind hey, and and want to come up and talk and chat and whatever, and you definitely again kind of get that sense of community. It's very much that is prevalent. You kind of feel like you're now an insider, so to speak, as far as that goes. And of course, they love to talk and get all the news that they can. They don't really. I mean, they kind of recognize the day of mourning, but they don't really you don't see obviously for the majority of them that don't. For those that weren't really directly affected by the war, it's not necessarily as big of an impact to them. That being said, there are a lot of Clashtar that were born here that maybe have a little bit more of an impact, but it's not as celebrated, so to speak. But I mean, they kind of give it its due in so much that the whole city does. But and yeah, you're just kind of immersed in all of it, and Elikosh and Hanamelk definitely engage you to just help teach you more about Adar and the people, and also obviously spending time with Havakad at the shrine, and kind of learning more about Ilyana in general and kind of the concepts and precepts. And admittedly, Havakad being kind of the older gentleman, you get this feeling well, yes, he's a mentor. You almost get this feeling like he's he's taking such joy in the fact that somebody, an outsider, so to speak, is taking such an interest in Ilyana, so to speak, that is enjoying teaching you, but also enjoying your company, and you get this very kind of grandfatherly sort of feel from him. And so it's interesting because there are times where you're sitting there just talking and chatting about kind of philosophy and whatnot when your brain kind of goes, oh right, this is religious talk. But you're just he seems to do a really good job of just kind of letting it sort of flow back and forth as far as making it making a very kind of an organic structure to the education as far as that goes. And admittedly, as far as Narashi and Amaya go, it's Pine River. It's so it's this kind of this sense of comfort that uh, that you just I mean, definitely feel when you're like on Zaya and when you guys are out and away, but like um, just this weird sense of, I shouldn't even say weird sense of comfort, this welcoming sense of comfort and kind of being again in your own community again, for lack of a better term. Even if for Maya sometimes it was more of a racial memory than something you experienced directly. Um, but still very much like you in some cases it's almost like you almost forget a little bit that you missed it in some cases. And there are some individuals that reach out to the entire community. They're referred to as thought singers, that are able to have kind of expanded their influence with their mind link, that they can reach several people at the same time. And River Dog needs a little scripted, sorry. Um, is there, other than, of course, Rhiannon learning more about the culture and the religion a little bit, for Narashti and Amaya, is there anything um, you would like to, I guess, kind of pursue with this, so to speak?
I think if we weren't like, I feel like I'd participate in like some of the conversations, but I'd also want to see if there was like a place to like train with others here and just practice.
And there are actually there are several for lack of a better term, classes or whatever that are sort of offered, for lack of a better term.
Mm-hmm.
That one of probably the head trainer of fighting, primarily unarmed, you're guessing probably a monk,
Mm-hmm.
is a woman by the name of Selkatari. And actually, Amaya, you discover very quickly that she is also a follower of the kind of the Order of the Sun Soul, very similar to where you are in that regard.
We'll definitely be interested in sparring with them.
Sure. And so yeah, when they you guys are able to train with them. And granted, not all of them are monks. Like, you definitely see some of the shadow hunters and shadow slayers are also kind of training to, although and Rashi, you even get invited at a couple of points to see if you would like to join them, since you are most definitely guised in the same similar outfit and whatnot.
Hold on, my computer did something. I heard most definitely, and then my computer turned off.
Oh, okay. So the shadow hunters or shadow slayers.
Oh yeah.
They even invite you to go on some of their kind of patrols and slash training runs, because that the for those Kalashtar that are picking up on the kind of similar training to what you've had with Kalantosh and whatnot, kind of that more stealthy commando-esque style of sort of fighting that is pretty common for your group. So like you'll do some fighting training and stuff as well, but then they'll like, hey, we're gonna take a bunch of rookies on a trip through the city. You want to come along and keep an eye on them, and the goal is to like go from point, like to make a circuit around the district without being seen, and like
that sounds lots of fun.
Because and things like that. So it's not just, I mean, and there's still like martial combat and stuff, and like they definitely are probably ask you for help on archery skills and stuff since you're pretty badass with the bow, um, like you are. And so there's a lot of kind of cross training there, and yeah, and as well. And you definitely get a kind of a sense of acceptance. Like they maybe the first couple of times it's sort of like, okay, we'll see where you're at, and then they see where you're at, and they're like, yeah, you're good. It's like we'll have you help train the newbies. Like it's you're we can do that, and so and of course some of the rookies they love it because it's like fresh face to
Mm-hmm.
get instruction from and all that kind of thing. Um, and I'd say Maya, as far as and not that you're necessarily left out if you want to join that, but you get a sense that there are some. Well, and both of there are some of those Kalashtar that maybe are more warrior types, like, but that are not necessarily that subset of the kind of the shadow hunters or shadow slayers that literally go out into the night to hunt down the nightmares and
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
and that sort of thing.
Yeah. Not exactly Amaya's way of handling things, being monk path of sunlight.
Right.
But she would try to kind of subtly ask them, especially, and maybe some other Kalashtar in the area, if they have heard anything about her family in the last couple of years. Just not like, hey, they're my parents. Have you heard anything about? But like, hey, these people, like, describe them. Have you heard anything about this group? Have they been up to anything?
Okay, and they do actually in relatively short order. Like at first they're like, well, we don't know specifically, but we'll ask and see what others, because we do get, being that Sharn is such a huge center of commerce and whatever and travel and a travel hub for damn near everywhere.
Yeah.
They do tend to get a lot of information as it kind of comes through. And we'll definitely keep you appraised and probably even like a few days later. They do mention that the family, it sounded like your mother and father and your sister had most recently gotten on a vessel to head back to Sarlona, or I shouldn't say back to Sarlona, but head to Sarlona.
Okay.
And that was maybe like a month and a half-ish, 2 months ago.
Okay.
I mean, granted, it's not you're not 100% certain. Like, you're thinking maybe roughly at the time that you guys were just starting to get out of Stormreach was probably when they just sort of left Sharn.
Gotcha.
But it sounded like, but it did sound like from the description that it was most likely your mother, father, and sister.
Okay. Well, it seems like they're alive then, at least. That's good.
And then you don't know about Zonalaya, although judging by the fact that she is the matriarch and kind of grandmother of it, if she, and granted a bit older, she may have stayed back in what I think we said. You guys were kind of based out of Aendair, maybe.
I think so, yeah.
So she might still be kind of back in, we'll say in the city of Passage.
Okay.
In the kind of one of the smaller, well, a much smaller Kalashtar enclave than here in Sharn, but
sure. Okay. So they seem to still be doing okay. Well, that's good.
Now, if I recall, were you was there interest at one point to try to introduce Zaya to the community, or were you guys keeping her?
I think down the road.
Narashi would at least, I'd suggest, like, do you want to just bring her? We don't need to introduce her to anyone. We could just bring her past so she can see.
Yeah, that absolutely. I would want to do that at some point.
This trip?
Yeah.
During this downtime? Okay.
Okay. Okay.
You want to fake it for her? We guess we don't have to introduce her.
We just introduce her
like,
as Zaya.
Yeah, Zaya.
Because the ship is the Berezaya Argia.
Yeah.
But yeah, just my adopted daughter.
Okay. Okay. Now I will say this much: Zaya is. When you broach the idea with her, she is extremely excited, nervous and excited, nervous, more nervous, excited, nervous, excited, excited, nervous.
Nervous-sided.
Like
Bouncing
kind
around.
of almost hitting that sort of teenager moment of just mix of emotions that can't quite like land on one specific one, but is like that mesh.
Sure.
You know, like in Tangled, if anybody's seen Tangled, where she's like, yeah, like going from like super excited.
I'm a horrible daughter. This is the best day ever.
Like,
yeah.
Totally excited, but then like worried.
I should die. Yeah.
It is that exact. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's that kind of mishmash that and like there are a few times where like and admittedly, you know, I mean, granted, she's always had a little bit of curiosity of things, but understands, you know, when you guys are very protective of her, she kind of understands where you're coming from because, well, she can speak to you mentally to get a better understanding of where you're coming from. So it's not like it's your atypical, because I told you so and I know things. Like, you can explain things better. She can understand it from you because of where you're coming from better. But the idea of kind of being among some of her people is, not that she has any problems being with Narashi and Amaya, but you know, like, you know, that's kind of a huge deal in that regards.
Yeah.
And so she does get a bit kind of worked up, and I apologize. I have to step away briefly. River Dog is telling me she needs to go outside.
Fair.
I'll be right back.
All right.
Okay, I'm going.
She's over there doing the potty dance, just like.
Mm-hmm.
Damn.
I don't understand, Dad.
So we'll say, and this is probably kind of nearing the end of probably within like the last week or so of the quote unquote downtime before we're waiting for the response from Dracoskull. Zaya asks if she can speak to pardon me, I'm hiccuping. Ask if she can speak to everybody in the kind of the dining room area.
Yeah.
Of course.
We go.
Okay, so Mom has and she does, oh, I'm sorry, I should say she does form into her kind of dryad body form when she does this.
If she informs us that she has a boyfriend, I'm going to have issues.
No.
That tree will die.
And actually, as you think that, she gives you this look like, and then kind of, it's like, no, so Mom and Narashti have we've talked about it a bit, and Rhiannon, and I guess I've talked to you guys about it a little bit individually, but I I'm very excited to want to go meet with the Kalashtar. But I admit it's a kind of overwhelming for a lot of different reasons. And well, I was wondering if you'd be willing, or if, I mean, I know you know, Narashti and Mom and Rhiannon have been kind of talking to them and speaking with them and getting to know them, and I guess you know, Ember, Gavin, would you be interested in coming, or potentially Nikali too? Although I get it, some people have to stay back to watch
Those goblins, man. Oof.
the ship. Admittedly, there has been, like, probably for a good maybe solid 5 days after Gavin's birthday, the goblins have been a bit underfoot as they scour Zaya to find any stray firework that may still exist on the ship.
And also like 2/3 deaf.
Absolutely. At random points, they do find one, and so like it'll be like, Jesus, what was that?
There's just a bottle rocket just shoots off.
Can't do that. We're in port.
Yeah.
Well, and that's the thing. Like every once in a while, they'll squirrel a couple away, and you don't know where they hide them. But it's like, but after about 5 days, they've kind of deplenished whatever hidden stockpiles they had, and have kind of lost, you know, and kind of lost interest in so much, in that they, you know, they fondly remember the fireworks guy's special day, whatever that is. Like they don't, you know, they don't even remember.
It's not my birthday. It's the fireworks guy's special day.
Right. Yeah. It's, you know, that, you know, it's the captain's special fireworks day. So, you know, that's a thing.
I'm here for it.
And so they think about it fondly, but it takes about a good 5 or 6 days to dissuade them that there are literally no more fireworks on the ship, nor will there be for some time.
And Sharn is out too, miraculously.
Yeah.
Sold out.
Because at one point you had to literally stop them from marching off the gangplank to go get more.
Yeah, I know. Nope, Sharn's out. Whole city, we scoured. It's all gone.
I mean, luckily you're all a bunch of charismatic bastards, and you're able to figure out how to convince them that sadly they're out.
Yeah,
we're the parents convincing the child that nope, the grocery store has no more candy.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, and it's
sold out.
By convincing them that they're out, that's how you became the fireworks guy in your special day. Like that's kind of how that's solidified and sort of cemented.
You know what, I'm here for it.
She's like, I mean, I guess, would any of you be willing to? Would you be willing to come along?
Sweetheart, of course we will come with you.
Of course.
I've always wanted to go to a Kalashtar picnic.
Okay.
I definitely don't feel left out being the only one in the room not able to use my mind to talk to other people.
I can't talk to people in my head.
You shush.
I mean...
I'm being mostly sarcastic.
Spells.
Of course we're gonna go.
I had to turn the camera on.
So that the face could be witnessed?
Yes.
See the scowl. All right. I'm going to bring the dog back in, and then I will continue with my thought. Sorry for the other thought.
This reprieve of Potty Drake is brought to you by Dwarven Forge. I don't
wish.
know why, and they are not a sponsor of the show.
Disclaimer, it's not actually brought to you by Dwarven Forge.
I kind of wish it was, though, because that would be fucking neat.
That would be amazing.
You should send them a letter. Like, hey, Dwarven Forge, we were wondering if you would be interested in sponsoring our bathroom breaks.
Oh my god. They actually probably would consider that for 0.2 seconds.
Someone,
Be like, wait, what?
If we
I
get
mean-
if we get an average, if we hit partner on Twitch, I will send that email.
I totally walked into the tail end of that and don't know what's going on, but it sounds delightful.
I claimed that the River's potty break was brought to us by Dwarven Forge.
And the suggestion was to write Dwarven Forge to see if they would sponsor our potty breaks.
So the claim is if we hit partner, which we need an average of 75 viewers, and that's a lot. If we hit partner, I will send that email personally.
It's more like 100, but yeah.
Tell them we'll take at least 2 per session, and they'll be at least 30 seconds long, where we'll give that spot at promo for Dwarven Forge.
Hell yeah!
Right.
Yeah. I'm
Hey.
for it.
For a low rate of maybe some stuff.
Yeah, I don't need money. They can send me free shit. I'm here for it.
Well, we'll take the rejects even.
Oh yeah,
That's cool.
Absolutely. Or the unpainted stuff.
guys, we're
Very much so.
here.
We're horrible.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Sorry.
No,
Continue. We
Oh.
are agreeing to go to the Clash Star picnic.
That's all right. So,
Picnic.
Picnic.
I'm admittedly Kaladin is kind of like I'm a hard out, so I'll keep an eye on the Rugrats.
Rugrats is such a good term for the goblins.
Really is.
And truthfully, probably say Nikali will be like he's kind of torn. He wants to, but he's right near the end of getting done with the damn cloak, so he's kind of like,
So close.
you know what? I'll keep an eye on Kaladin. And but we'll be here if you need us. Because by this time too, your necklace is now done, so you do have it. And
Eight.
Is my wand of sending done?
yes.
I think so. I thought that
Yeah, I
was the
think that
same
was
time.
about the same time. So yes,
Hey,
you're.
baby, can I borrow some money?
Yeah. How much?
How much will you let me have?
What is your baseline?
How much? Yes.
Yes. I need your checkbook. I
need the checkbook.
I need the checkbook.
No, I'm only a little bit short.
Oh, that's so
but-
outdated now.
Oh,
It super is.
it'll basically completely wipe me clean.
I'm sorry. I'm checking my finances.
I'm
What was that? What was the
technically
wand again?
The wand of
Oh.
sending.
Oh yeah, I hand you 1,000 gold.
Oh. Thank you. Okay, yeah, I will go pay for and pick up my wand of sending.
Okay. And that is easily done in the time frame.
Good. We should have enough modes of communication now.
Everybody's getting a cell phone. I want a fucking cell phone.
So you guys
You
take
do.
the.
It's limited. It's one of those parent cell phones that
Oh.
only calls one number.
Anyway,
No texting.
We don't have the data for that.
No. Who's got the money for that shit?
We can't even afford nights and weekends.
I know, right?
So you guys take the longboat and head up to the Overlook District, and admittedly, Zaya's probably takes takes Amaya's hand and takes and Rhiannon's hand, apparently,
Okay.
near the end there, as the longboat kind of approaches one of the sky carriage docks that's kind of common for the area. I rolled randomly for the second person because you grab one of you in his hand. And you as you kind of enter into this place, again, very as kind of a reminder from last time, is a bit of a description. I mean, obviously there's a lot of architecture that's, the normal towers of Sharn, but there's a lot of Adaran aesthetics to it. So a lot of while they don't have a lot of like sculpture per se, there's a lot of effects that use light. So like a lot of almost like glass or crystal, like almost like a wind chime, but not a wind chime, but to play with the light going through it, that makes this kind of kaleidoscope of lights going around as the sun hits it. A lot of kind of like urban gardens, and even like different hanging baskets with flowers and things of that nature. You notice the people, for the most part, are live again kind of more of an aesthetic lifestyle. They're not fancily dressed, but they're you get a sense that it's more kind of utilitarian in its purposes for the gear that they have or carry on them. But that being said, there's a lot of people that seem to kind of they maybe give Ember and Gavin, they're polite. They give a little bit of a colder reception to you as they do to Narashi and Rhiannon and Amaya. Actually, at one point, Amaya, Narashi, and Rhiannon, you hear in your mind at the same time, do you vouch for these three?
Absolutely.
I do.
Yes.
Welcome. And so, again, not really knowing exactly what happened, but all of a sudden the demeanor warms. Again, kind of like a switch is turned on. The demeanor of the people tends to warm up quite a bit, and oh my God, do all the kids rush Zaya of all things, because they've never seen a walking tree person before, or a lady with blue flaming hair. Like there, and so the group all of a sudden just gets swarmed with all these kids, and they start asking questions, and you hear like for Ember, you hear kids asking questions in common. Sometimes you hear the questions in your mind, like it's just kind of chaos and whatnot, but they just kind of like, they have so many questions, like do you burn the roof when that happens? Do you have to like replace the pillow or the bed sheets? Like, how does that work? Is like, do you go through a lot of clothes? Like, like, does your whole body burn if you want it to? Is like,
oh, I give a show. I totes give a show. And like, I just go, oh, sometimes certain situations where I get a little heated, sometimes the clothes tend to just get a little burned and singed, but I had to adapt. And I snap my fingers and my dress turns into flames. because I invoke the glamour weave.
And you see they're like they're just awestruck. Like this is, you know.
And then you can command the flames to make music. And I take out my, wait a minute. Oh shoot, nope, don't have that anymore. Take out my violin.
Okay.
No more Das Lute for you.
No, I have the lute.
Oh, right.
No, yeah, she kept the magic item.
Oh, you're kidding me? Yeah, of course I get the magic item. No, I gave him, did I give him my violin or him my...
No, you gave him like your second bet loose lute.
My other lute. Right. I give him my lute. Okay, I still have my viol. So I would get my violin out and play some fun music.
Okay.
Gavin is going to encourage the children to dance.
Oh, and it doesn't take much.
Dance with the kids.
It doesn't take much prodding. Go ahead, Ember, and make a performance roll just so we know how badass it is.
Yeah.
Gavin is also dancing with the children.
Okay.
Pretty badass because it's 27.
And he will also pull Zaya into it as well.
Okay. And there's just a lot of laughter and joy as people start. You see the kids are dancing in circles and whatnot, and dancing with Zaya, and it probably gets to kind of that point of probably similar to I'd say almost to like a square dance or whatever, where you do the kind of the circular chain where you're kind of passing the partners
Yep.
through, you know what I mean?
Swing your
Like,
partner round and round.
yeah, but like the whole circle is effectively like everybody's kind of weaving through each other, you know, like passing, you know, right arm to left arm, go past, and then kind of back, and you know, but like as a whole chain around.
And I do, as I sing, I do intermix both common and quarry.
Okay.
So Gavin misses a few steps.
And you, Narashti, and actually probably Narashti and Amaya, when Ember does that, you notice maybe just a subtle shift, a little bit of alarm from some of the more adult types, and specifically some of the Shadow Slayers, as they're like, how, and you hear in your minds, how does she know the language? Do you know where she learned it?
From me.
Sorry, I didn't hear you.
Oh, from me.
Wait.
Don't you? She is my daughter.
No, not
Ember.
Ember, not
Did you know
Zaya.
that Ember knew? Did we previously know this?
I don't think it's come
Yes,
up.
actually, she made mention. You had discovered it that yes, she had known Quarry, but Quarry specifically, which is a fairly rare language if you're not either from Sarlona or a Quarry spirit, for that matter.
Right.
Right.
But you notice and it's because that an outsider seems to know it that is cause for a little concern that they are double checking with you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now I get it.
I would just, I don't even know how to respond to that. I do vouch for her. I guess I'd just repeat, because I don't know. You learned the language. I don't want to lie. I would say she's traveled many places and spoken and learned with many people.
I'm a bard.
Truthfully, I don't know, but she's proven herself a staunch ally.
Very well.
She means no ill will here. Only enjoys entertaining and bringing joy.
And Rhiannon, you actually see Elikosh, who's kind of circles around the all the dancing, kind of circles around it and kind of comes up and he goes, "Well, hello. Pleasure to see you again.
You as well.
If you, I don't mean to. My apologies. I'm getting ahead of myself. Hannah Milk is having tea with Havocad and was wondering if you would be interested in, or sent me out to. I'm sorry. Did you see the tree woman dancing? Is that At any rate, sorry, that's a little bit new to me. I've not seen that. Wow. At any rate, my apologies. I'm being distracted.
You're fine. She's our friend. She's Amaya's daughter.
And you see his brain kind of stop for a moment as he's trying to figure out, huh?
What unholy union has transpired?
Amaya just kind of politely smiles at him.
But he's too polite to ask more details, kind of thing. So he's like, at any rate, Havocad was wanting to speak to you, has a sort of a gift, I guess, or something along those lines. But I guess if you're willing, and he kind of offers an arm if you're.
Yeah, I'll take his arm, and just look at Amaya, make sure that she knows that I'm going with him, and
Sure.
I'll go.
And easy enough, and basically just escorts you to the shrine, the temple. And sure enough, you see the two are sitting there, the two older Kalashtar gentlemen sitting there having tea and discussing things, and you see they kind of while they're in the kind of the inside the temple, they do kind of look out through the doorway and see all the children dancing and playing with the lady on fire who's singing a lovely tune, and the tree lady that is dancing, which is, but they kind of take it in in stride. It's like, oh, that's an interesting thing I have not seen before. Yes, very interesting. All right, so very much
They're still playing their dominoes.
yeah, they're probably playing the equivalent of Go or something.
Yeah,
So
it's like the two old guys playing dominoes in the park. They got their thermos.
And you see Havocad actually gets up for a moment, kind of stretches like, dear Rhiannon, I have something I wanted to give to you, because I know your time with us, you and your group, you had mentioned you're only staying for a certain amount of time in Sharn, and I wanted to give something to you to help you. Now, where was that? And then he proceeds to kind of search around, and then eventually comes back with this kind of folded cloth that has this sort of for lack of a better term, sort of a roughly egg-sized lump to it, for lack of a better term, but kind of reveals the cloth, and you see a crystal. Very similar Actually, it appears to be a pardon me, Sybaris dragon shard.
Oh.
Although you do see sort of carved into it is sort of the, for lack of a better term, sort of the symbol of Ilyana.
Mm-hmm.
It's like I while I know, granted, while I know you have mentioned, not necessarily in detail, because obviously your business is your own, but mentioned you may be traveling to some dangerous areas. But I did not want that to necessarily disrupt your lessons. If you, since you, I see great things in your future as far as your embracing of this. You have a keen mind and gathered things very quickly. And so I've put forth lessons, if you will, and sort of hands the crystal over.
Yeah, I'll take it.
So effectively, so like in Eberron, there are these things that are called like spell shards that are effectively like a crystal that's a spell book. It's like a dragon shard. This is sort of along those lines, but it's more of a slightly more like a Jedi holocron a little bit. In which case, like when you can tap into it, it's got his. You actually hear his voice kind of talking about the philosophies of Ilyana and whatnot. And he explains how to use it and whatnot. And yeah, they offer you a seat as they sit there and just kind of discuss things and visit with you. I mean, they you get a sense they find you. They've always enjoyed your company. They find you very refreshing. As far as someone who, obviously you have a very keen mind, yeah, but being that you are not, as they say, well, maybe not a Kalash Taran body, definitely feels a kindred soul and spirit sort of thing, but and likes to spend time discussing things. I don't know how much of your. I'm assuming you've maybe kept certain facets of your personal life private. I guess I don't know. That's up to you. But as far as what you have and haven't told them about things during the time that you've been kind of with them, sort of training with Havakad, so to speak, and what have you.
Yeah, I wouldn't. I mean, I would tell them most things, but not everything.
So you see, at one point, as they're sipping tea and whatnot, Havakad's like, so kind of leans and goes, so which one is the Gavin gentleman? My old eyes are making it hard to see.
I indicate Gavin, who is
currently doing
dancing.
the sprinkler.
Beautiful.
He's dancing.
Oh, yeah.
Ah.
And slide.
Well, he looks like a
And two-step now.
handsome individual, and again you get and you see the Havakad says that, and actually Hannah Milk just kind of chuckles and is like, oh come on, you can see the poor boy, your vision is fine. Like,
He's a good man.
you get the sense from time to time Havakad likes to play the I'm the old man card.
Uh-huh.
When
I'm here for it.
And so, as you're kind of visiting with them, the rest of you, after probably a couple more minutes of dancing, well, and actually, I should say, Hannah Milk is like, well, I better go say hello to your friends, and introduce them. Perhaps go offer up some tea, and I'm sure you can join us momentarily, unless you have something. And he's having is like, yes, many teachings, many. We need to get down to business, kind of thing. Is like, very well, and you see Hannah Milk is like, it's a delight, dear, to see you as always. We'll see you back when you're done, and
Yes.
kind of heads off to meet up with the crew. And you see eventually the party kind of moves towards the gathering light, the community hall, or is kind of, or he kind of with Elikosh herds them to that. And sure enough, for the rest of you, you see a older Clashtar gentleman, like in human terms, maybe in their like 50s-ish, kind of approaches, and with a staff that actually looks somewhat similar to Rhiannon's, as far as that it is topped with a crystal that looks very similar to the crystal on both Rhiannon's staff and the crystal that makes up the blade of Narashti's sword, which you guys have known is referred to as like a deep crystal. And is like, greetings, I'm Hanamelk, and I would like to invite you all to join us in our community hall, and as we get to know you better, if you would be so kind.
Sure, lead the way.
Wonderful.
Narash, like mind link to Amaya. Do we want this to be a longer excursion, or are we keeping this short and anonymous? If we do, we may decline.
I think the anonymous ship has sailed.
Well, not anonymous, but anonymous more for Zaya.
Sure. No, I think this will be a good experience for her, and with all of us here, I think if anything happens, we'll be able to face it.
Just wanted to check.
I appreciate that.
And so the two Clashtar, along with the children and several other members, they do kind of invite you into the community center, which there are several kind of chairs sort of laid out, and you know, offer you seats and whatnot. And it's like, please tell us more about the friends and associates of sisters Narashti and Amaya, and our friend Rhiannon.
Gavin will exchange a look with Ember like, do you want to, or do you want me to?
Have that.
Okay.
As I have 3 kids on my lap.
Gavin will give a slightly less academic version of the tales of their adventures that he's been doing as the kind of the TED Talks with the school, the guest lecturer.
Sure.
It'll be, you know, he'll phrase it to be a little bit more personal than you would give to like a group of students and scholars and what have you. But again, still leaving out the important details.
Okay. And you say, and you see after a bunch of that, you actually, Amaya, you hear in your mind by Hannah Milk, You say the young wooden lady is your daughter?
Yes.
Would you... My apologies to pry, but you come with very interesting and somewhat eclectic company. There's something... I must admit, there's something quite familiar about her. May I ask how you met? And my apologies, but I find your friends fascinating, but I don't know how else to admit it. There's something strangely familiar about her.
I can understand why you might feel that way, but I'm afraid the manner in which she and I came to be together is a bit of a sensitive subject.
Oh.
Perhaps another day.
Well,
Nice evade.
Yeah, that was a good one.
my apologies. It's not that I wish to pry. I get the sense that, and then you see, well, I shouldn't say you see, for Narashti and Amaya, you hear in your mind, danger approaches.
Can I tell who the voice is, or who's?
You get especially you, Narashti, you get it's one of the Shadow Slayers that you were running around with. You recognize them. I won't worry about giving them a name for the moment, but you recognize who it is. Like, and with that, all of a sudden, and now granted, the majority of you are in that community hall, kind of getting listening to Gavin's tale that you've heard, and the kids are kind of fascinated. You see most of the people are too, and definitely.
I will say that I would probably, and I know there were dangers approaching, but he will probably be trying to cater a little bit more for the kids than for the adults.
Sure. Absolutely. But there is a flash of light that kind of gains your focus. And at the split second after it happens, you actually hear Zaya kind of scream out in a bit of pain. And although granted, she's like, obviously her dryad form is not harmed or anything, like you don't, but you see she kind of drops to one knee and kind of grabs onto the table as she kind of screams out in a bit of pain. And you see all the Kalashtar in the area are sort of, you get the sense that this alert is kind of going out sort of everywhere. Actually, Narashti, you as actually, for probably Narashti and Amaya, since you were the ones that actually got the mental alert, I'll say you two can go ahead and make we'll say a perception roll.
I'm really distracted. I rolled a nat 1. For a total of 8. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, a whole lot better. 13.
But
okay.
My passive perception.
My passive perception is a 17, DM.
Exactly.
My passive perception's a 19. That doesn't help.
This is not gonna be good. I'm not with you. I'm still back in the shrine.
You're not far though.
Okay.
Yeah,
So give me just a moment here.
but the battle is still not good.
So, let me know how well you can see this. I realize I'm holding the camera, so it may be a little jittery, but so this is kind of the sort of the neighborhood area that you are in.
Okay.
Over here is where
I
the
can't see where you're pointing. Okay.
for like sky coaches and whatnot, where they would stop by to drop people off or on. Pretty standard. It's where your longboat is, which you see is currently on fire.
Oh.
There are and so these are like several different residences and whatnot. This is actually the shrine with the crystal where Rhiannon and Havakad are currently at. Rhiannon, you also notice the flash of light and the sound of an explosion of sorts, and see that something had hit had definitely hit the longboat and it's on fire.
Okay.
But more importantly, what you kind of all see, I'll try to put this in the thing, lock it in here so I can kind of show you. You see four extremely large, some might even say huge sized, looks like warforged that are entering into the that are entering in from the kind of the alleyways on the far end, and they look exactly like that.
Fuck! Fuckity fuck! Fuck! Fuckity fuck!
Oh god.
Fuck!
I will
There are
say
four of
though,
them?
and I'm not; these aren't where they're positioned, but this is just to give you an idea what they look like. Three of them look like this. One of them, or sorry, do you need a little?
No!
Oh, lovely.
And just
Thanks,
to give you a
I
little
hate
idea,
Yeah, thanks. I hate it. Yeah.
here's a Gavin for scale.
Okay.
Oh,
Okay.
This
oh, look how Gavin just lies on the floor next to it.
Just,
Yeah, one hit from those things, and that's pretty much what's going to happen.
But you
yeah,
see,
that's one hit wonder right there.
you see, there are there appears to be you see them kind of marching in, so to speak, from the perspective alleyways, so to speak, or kind of the main thoroughfares that connect this edge of the. Actually, maybe I'll just do that for a second. And granted, I only have two of the minis, so these are representative of more of them. This one in particular, which granted is just an intimidating figure, but is not what it shows it is. Instead of having the axe and hammer arm that that you see the rest of them have, this one actually has what looks like two large, almost like crossbow-like ballistas for arms.
Whoa.
Okay.
And
But it's
You
not
hear screams as the Kalashtar and whatnot are freaking out. As you see, these things are basically cutting a swath through anybody that appears to be on the street.
Cool.
And because I'm a dick, that's where we're going to leave it for today.
Seems legit.
It's a nice little cliffhanger.
I am surrounded by little children. Are you freaking kidding me?
But we're not alone. There's a whole bunch of Kalashtar, and
Who the fuck sent them?
What?
I have theories, but we'll have to get to that in 2 weeks.
And so, just to give you a little picture of what's going on, we will continue in 2 weeks' time.
I hate
Now,
all of this.
And just to verify, for the 2 people that are getting wed, you guys are good with that?
Yep.
Because I know you're doing some honeymoon and stuff and whatnot.
Yep, we'll be driving back that morning,
Yeah.
and we will be here for Zaya.
Okay. So, for the rest of you...
Stay tuned to the Twitter.
Yeah, we will. I mean, we'll update if anything changes, but we just want to say thank you again for joining us today. Is there any shout outs we want to do there, Mr. Bear?
I mean, as always, go follow Epic Realms, Epic_Realms. One of our very good friends runs that channel and does a really great job of it. If you haven't already, you should go find my D&D specific TikTok. It is @TheBlindGM. Other than that, come back in 2 weeks and watch us murder a bunch of Warforged Titans.
And save the children.
Save the children, save the world.
Yep. So, thank you, everybody.
Thank you all for joining us. Hope you have a great day. And for the rest of you, did you have fun?
Yep.
Yeah,
Yes.
until the end here.
Until that last bit.